I'm just doing some station-related work. For a minute. But let me get the chats up and everything running here. And then we'll concentrate on that. That's odd. I'm gonna have to fix that. I went to the wrong account. Why isn't it streaming? Did I get blocked? Did I get banned? Content. Partially blocked. No, it's not blocked. Bizarre. Okay, we are live. And I'm gonna check my other channel. What time is it? Station break in 4 minutes. Switch account. No, not live on the other channel. But it was earlier. That's so bizarre. Anyway, hope everybody's having a wonderful night. What's up, Petita? So, as we've been saying, I know Big Dog, Derek, well, Big Dog and I definitely. We've been seeing how this eye has been going north-northeast when they said it was going to go north. I'm telling you, my prediction is going to be right on the money from days ago. Even though I had said Sarasota, not Tampa. But it looks like Charlotte Harbor, Port Charlotte, Englewood, Cape Coral. You're in the bullseye now for the eye. And that makes me more concerned that this hurricane is going to cross over and go like this. And I've been saying that for the last few days. They haven't. They may not still be saying it. I've been saying it for 3 days. There is a chance this hurricane is going to cross over into the Atlantic and hit the Carolinas. Probably South Carolina or even Georgia, Carolina, South Carolina. The more south this goes and trending east, the higher that likelihood is. And the next update's in a half hour. Oh my gosh, I got to get ready with the station. I'm the only one that's been calling that, pretty much. And I've been right. They've been adjusting their models. I haven't. I nailed this one again. Everybody was saying, no, it's going to go northwest. Study weather and then talk. I was really going to become a weatherman. I could bring my mother into this room since I was like 6, 7 years old. I was involved with weather. I loved it. She will tell you. So I'm not just like somebody randomly in. What? Uh-oh. She's coming anyway.
Sandy, in such a denial thing.
I'm live right now. I don't want to talk about anything you're talking about.
You're not gonna. They said in Orlando, it's gonna be very dangerous, and you're gonna get.
What is she saying?
No, it's not really that bad here.
It's not going to be that bad as far as winds. It's tropical storm type. But the rain is the problem.
Exactly, and they say they might not have light.
Yeah, power is going to be widespread power outages throughout the whole state. But I was telling everybody how I studied weather when I was a little kid and how involved I was as involved with weather since I was
Do I hear my cats here?
very young. Anyway,
Oh my God! Look at the cat.
all right, Ma. So
Okay, meow.
the eye is definitely going through a replacement cycle. Just by looking at that, it definitely looks like it's going through some type of replacement cycle. Which the storm is even getting larger. And that's an indicator that the wind field is getting larger too when that happens. So now we have to see what happens in the next few hours. I'm really curious. It's still a Cat 3 120.
They say it's getting bad.
I'm really curious to see what the pressure is, wind speed, and the wind speed of the movement and of the storm itself. Is it moving still north? It didn't do that today. It was moving north-northeast. Big Dog and I noticed that from the early get-go. So they've been wrong. It's been trending east, 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 south, south, south. Let me see if I can highlight this. Look at this. From early today, from here, it was supposed to be moving north. That was the forecast. And all day, it's been trending north-northeast. All day. So that's probably going to make it in this area of landfall. Let's see if they move this line. They did. This line earlier today was here by Venice. Look where it is now, where I said Englewood. I've been saying Englewood all day. But now it may even go down by Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Charlotte Harbor, Port Charlotte, in here. Which I did say earlier today. So let's see what they have the model now. Look how much of the model now is over the Atlantic. More than... Ma, please stop.
No.
I'm live. I'm talking. Look how much of the model is now over the ocean. The Atlantic, off of northern Florida, Georgia. Most of the cone is now over water, meaning that this storm can go back over the Atlantic and then slam into Georgia or the Carolinas. Not as a Cat 4, not as a Cat 2. Probably a tropical storm, maybe Cat 1. Highly doubtful Cat 2, but could be a Cat 1. Still bad. And look at it. Look how they widened it now. That's changed from earlier today. Now it's got a likelihood track of it going back over the ocean and then making a second landfall. You know who the only person that's been saying that is a possibility? Right here. I've been saying that for days. That this storm was going to trend east. Enough getting into that. By the way, I'm wearing all Yankee stuff because the Yankees just clinched the American League East. And their next game is October 11th at home. So, go Yankees. Now, we still have these cameras. There are some nice cameras, actually. And we're going to look at news. I think it's this. Look at this. That's a nice nighttime cam. So we've got a couple of cams. We're going to have to go further south. The Englewood cameras are here, which people are wondering, why Englewood? Well, that's where it's headed. And where is it? It's this one. This is the Englewood cameras. Now, these cameras aren't going to look that great in the dark. That is Englewood, Florida, where the center of this storm is heading right toward it. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of this throughout for the next few hours. So I'll be here for the next few hours. Let me just do the station quick. I am not looking at chats. I'm too busy working. Anyway, oh, here we go. Hello to Dagger, Bob, Jose. The cat, it's still a Cat 3. It's at 120. We got to wait for the next update in about 20 minutes. Yeah, this is going to be a slow moving, a lot of rainfall, a foot to 2 feet in some areas. Bad storm surge in some areas. This is going to be bad pretty much for the whole state, except for maybe the southernmost eastern tip. But they had a tornado warning near West Palm like an hour ago. So that's what you got to watch out too for isolated tornadoes in the bands. Yeah, they rolled it back into the assembly building, the Artemis. So that's okay. Let's see. There is news feed going on, which we're gonna check that out. Just like I said, I just said that the tornadoes, the flooding rains. But we're gonna keep an eye on all of this tonight. I got this, but it's Sarasota. Looks like it's gonna be to the north, so I'm gonna eliminate that. And definitely the Englewood cameras. We're gonna keep an eye on that. But the next update is coming out soon. In the next 20 minutes or so. Right now, the last one is at 8 o'clock, 120 mile per hour sustained. The pressure's down to 947, the millibars. And it's moving northeast, which it's been doing all day. At 10 miles per hour, it's slowing down. It was at 11, now it's at 10. That speed is important because the slower, it's going to just sit over areas of Florida for 24 to 36 hours. You don't want a hurricane sitting over you. People need to remember what happened with Harvey. 5 feet of rain. 5 feet of rain. I'm not saying that's going to happen here. It's probably 1 to 2 feet of rain. So you don't want these systems slowing down. Because it's not just the wind, it's the water. It's the storm surge and it's the flooding rain. And the water, you got to remember, the wind is pushing inland. The water has nowhere to go. It's not going to drain back out. It's not. It can't. It's being pushed in. So this is going to cause widespread flooding. Sarasota is no longer the target. It's going south. My prediction. I said Sarasota yesterday and the day before. I really thought it was Sarasota. I never thought Tampa. They were talking Tampa. I thought it was going to be Sarasota. As of last night, I changed to Englewood because I started to see that more easterly trend. And right now, it's Englewood to Fort Myers. Anywhere between Englewood and Fort Myers is probably where this thing is going to make landfall. So yeah, that was as of 8 o'clock. The next one comes out in a few minutes. So you can see how the track has shifted more to the east. South Carolina and Georgia need to keep an eye because this thing was trending more like this. Now they got it going back over water. You don't want to see the eye going over water again. But it's going to be so disorganized after sitting over Florida for days. The chances of it really getting strong again is very unlikely. It just might be a tropical storm when it moves into the Carolinas. Or it just might be a Cat 1. It's not going to be a Cat 2 or higher. My prediction, no way. But if it's slow moving and it, tries to gather itself, you never know. You just never know with these kind of storms. So you got to be careful. Look at how much widespread coverage of the state this storm has. And it's in, the populated areas. You got Central Florida. You got Daytona. You got Tampa. Because Tampa's still going to get a lot of rain. These areas are going to get hit hard. So it's concerning. So I'm going to put, let's see what they're saying.
11 p.m. Eastern update. Please stick around for that. We know you want to see that. And if you're new to Live Now from Fox, this is what we do. We are a stream of live, nonstop, raw and unfiltered news from around the country and across the world. Normally, at this hour, we give you the latest updates going on the war in Ukraine. Of course, that is all preempted as we continue to cover really what is the biggest Atlantic hurricane of the season of this year, expected to make landfall on the mainland United States. That, of course, Florida on Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. Like I said, we're going to be ping-ponging between Fox 35 Orlando, Fox 13 Tampa with the latest information. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Okay, let's get away from that. That's one heck of a camera. So by this time tomorrow night, oh boy. That's all I can say. And this is Englewood. I do want to see one thing. So these bands are, see now this is nasty up here. And that's where the earlier, in this general areas where the tornadoes, there was some tornado warnings going on. So anywhere where you have these bands, you got to watch out for isolated tornadoes. And especially these ones coming on shore. Look at this. They're lining up. That's nasty. That's the ones you got to watch. You got to watch these cells that are coming in off the Atlantic onshore. You got to watch these cells. Nasty. Got to watch them. Water spouts. This is a nasty little cluster here. But this is it's already, it's the effects are already being felt. And it's funny how the models keep getting stuck on north. It's been so stuck on north and it hasn't followed that track. It refuses to go north-northeast all day since pretty much last night, pretty much it started. And no. And we were watching it from, believe it or not, last night. It did follow this guidance pretty much. It was supposed to be here originally. But it was supposed to head north. Even when it was here, the line appeared, for those that were here earlier, north. It wasn't doing that. And it said it's heading north on the updates. No. In real time, we were watching it. That's why I was focused on the eye. No. It's been moving northeast all day. That's why it's going to hit more southern Gulf Coast. So now, it may start to head more north. That would make sense. It's going through a eye wall replacement cycle. That's why you can barely see it now. It's going through a recycle. Which, I was hoping this was going to happen as it approached the coast, because it weakens it a little bit. So now we have to see if this eye gets its act together again and reforms and gathers a little bit of intensification. Because that's usually what happens after eye wall replacement. So this is something we need to watch. That is one big storm. That is one big storm. Look at it, and it's still expanding. That usually is the case when it goes through an eye wall replacement cycle. The storm enlarges, it gets bigger. And it's happening right now. Yeah. Avoid the void. People have to be evacuating. They have to be getting out of there. And like I said, it looks like anywhere from Englewood, Fort Myers, I mean, this whole area needs to watch. I mean, over here, Port Charlotte. If you're anywhere from Englewood down to even Bonita Springs, I would say, from, let's just say with the bigger names, from Venice to Bonita Springs. Anywhere between the eye is probably going to make landfall. Right in here somewhere. I've been saying that all day, but so yeah, this is not good.
They're going to be safe for people to move about for quite some time.
Yeah, in fact, in addition to all of that extremely heavy rain, that'll be followed, as Jamie Rhodes there, the director of the National Hurricane Center, he said it's going to be followed by gusty winds. So after getting all that rain, by Thursday morning, we're going to be looking at gusts that could exceed 55 miles an hour. And with the rain weakening the root balls of trees, that keeps them in the ground, that's going to make them fall down onto power lines and the whole thing. So there's going to be widespread power outages. This is as the center of Hurricane Ian works into central Florida. Wednesday is going to be the preamble with all that rain. Wednesday night will be the big flood. And as we get into Thursday, then we get into the wind. Winds gusting over 65 miles an hour, but at least by the afternoon, the heavy rain will back off. However, the gusts will continue. So expect widespread power outages that could last for days or even more than a week in some communities after what will be a real flood potential for tomorrow night. Now, as far as the rest of the forecast goes for tonight, it's just some light rain. But once you get into South Florida, well, we're looking at some very serious weather setting up with lots of tornado warnings right now. West Palm Beach, Jupiter Beach area, they're getting hammered. We're going to see weather like this tomorrow afternoon here, and you can see clearly the eye of Hurricane Ian on radar as it makes its way up toward the southwest Gulf Coast. All right, John and Luann, we'll toss it back to you and have more team coverage to follow.
All right, thanks a lot, Brooks. Well, a lot of people choosing to evacuate instead of riding out the storm.
Fox 35's Valerie Boy is live at Orlando International Airport tonight. So, Valerie, things are looking pretty dead behind you.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet here, but earlier there are lots of passengers feeling very anxious to leave. Take a
So I'm
at the
going to
board
leave
over
this
here,
video,
you can see there have been
audio
several
in the background.
cancellations in red. Commercial flights will stop at 10:30 tomorrow morning, and it
What's
could
up,
take
big
up to
dog?
3 days to return to normal service, depending on the weather conditions.
15 to 20
Employees
inches of
here
rain.
at OIA
It's funny,
are working hard to
big
get
dog.
ready for Ian's arrival.
Not for nothing. You've been here the last few days. Have
That
I been
means
on
we're
the
going
money
to
on this
cease having
forecast?
airplanes leaving the
I've been
airport.
more
That's
accurate
our
than
last
this.
call, basically.
Seriously.
And then we start the focused
been here.
effort
You know.
of
Bob's
clearing
been
out
here.
this
You've been here.
airport.
Say it's a little nerve-wracking because obviously
It's unbelievable.
everybody seems to be trying to get out. Those that were looks like were scheduled for the next couple of days, and now flights
But
have been
now,
canceled.
what I've been saying, like for the last couple of days, I'm really concerned about this
And
going
back
back
here
over the
live,
Atlantic
it's very
and
quiet
hitting Georgia
here
or the
at
Carolinas.
OIA. Now, no one will be allowed to stay here at the airport during the hurricane. Passengers will
trending
be
so
taken
much
to an
more
official
east 'cause it's going-
shelter for safety.
It was
And
going
again,
northeast
if
all
you
day.
have a flight, you want to make
And
sure
we were
you
looking
check
at that
for
earlier today.
updates
Remember
as
we were
well as
talking
your
about, Bill,
car
it's
rental
going
company
northeast.
in the next few days. Live at Orlando International
northeast.
Airport, Valerie Boy,
Look
Fox
at the way the
35
track
News.
changed.
Okay, we thank Valerie there and everyone over there at Fox 35
Northeast.
in Orlando. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to
And they said it was gonna go north.
coverage of tracking Hurricane Ian. Of
And
course,
that's why
we
it's gonna
are
end up more
awaiting Florida
south.
Governor Ron DeSantis with the latest press conference.
'Cause it
We do
trended
have the
east.
shot. It just came up here of the podium, so we'll keep an eye out on that to when officials step up and give the latest
So,
briefing about where
it's amazing to see how
Hurricane
off
Ian
they were.
is going, and
This
hopefully
was
a better
supposed to end
sense
up
of
going straight north.
where it's going to make landfall and how
And
far
then get to
it
here and
is
start to make the
away
turn.
from making landfall.
This
In
is
the
what
meantime,
changed.
let's go
This
out
was
to
the
some
game
of our
changer
sister
right here.
stations. Fox 26 in Houston reporter Matthew Seedorf is looking at how Texas
And that's why it brought
military
it down
officials,
further south.
Are helping the Florida hurricane effort. Take a listen.
Now you're going to get the alert before I do.
Preparations
Please
underway in
post the
Florida.
information.
Many people now fleeing as
I'm going to put my
Hurricane
mic up a
Ian
little louder now.
surges closer.
Please post the information up when you can.
Up off the floor in the house and hope
Yeah, that's what they're saying now. That's the middle track, yeah.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott
That it's going to go
said
over the
Abbott
Atlantic
said
again
the
off
CNN
northern Florida,
sending help to
the
Florida.
East Coast, and then re-enter over, so make a second landfall near Savannah,
Situations like Hurricane Harvey
Georgia.
by teams that were from Florida.
The task force, a team of search and rescuers.
It's
from
amazing
Texas,
how these
preparing to
models
help
changed.
those
That's why you can't go by the
Hurricane
models.
Ian.
They are going to be
You have to
going
actually
door to
watch it in
door
real time and see what's going on.
They can search for survivors by walking through areas that are
And it's stubbornly, and it does look like it's definitely heading more north now. It's going through a eyewall
Center
replacement
Point Energy
cycle
also
right now.
sending Nearly 100 linemen from Houston and Indiana to help restore power.
And
Those in Florida
it's,
bracing for
you could
Hurricane
see it.
Ian, now a major hurricane.
It's going to be a big storm, and it's going to.
It should be a couple hours before we start seeing the eye reemerge.
And everyone else down in Florida right now are
Another tornado. I said it earlier. I said it like 15 minutes ago that there's these tornadoes coming with these bands.
reporting on Interstate
West Palm
10,
Beach.
Seedorf, Fox 26 News.
Because look at the radar. You could see it.
And Matthew, stay safe out there. Hopefully, we'll be speaking to you
Look at that cluster.
about that journey as you go there to Florida as well. Well, it's not just
And there's some other spots here we got to keep an eye out.
also traveling from Oklahoma
But look at them offshore.
to Florida. Take a look at this. 17 Grand
These
River
bands are coming inland.
members are making
The
a
wraparound.
150-mile trip to Tallahassee, Florida today. This group also includes electric linemen, mechanics,
That's the one to
law
watch right
enforcement,
there.
and people to cut
See the hook?
trees, all ready to lend a hand in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. Let's listen to some of them about why they are doing this. Listen in.
You're looking for that hook effect. When you start seeing that, that indicates rotation. It's like right there, there was one. And that's probably the one they were just talking about. There was a hook that appeared. Right.
That's how the electrical
Where
grid
is it?
stays
I just seen
resilient
it.
in America.
Could that have been it? I think it was right here.
In these sorts of situations.
But there's a lot of stuff going on here. It's these cells. It's this cluster. But there's some more coming in.
Okay, it's really awesome.
Yeah, this is in Florida. They got a
State effort helping out
major
Florida
hurricane.
because they're going to need it.
Cat 4 offshore, they're predicting,
Oklahoma is expected
when it makes
to arrive in
landfall.
Florida tomorrow and is planning to stay as long as needed.
Exactly, the hook echo.
I spoke with one of my
Big
high
dog.
school friends who lives in
So yeah, we have to watch these bands.
millions of these 2.5 million
because this is not good. Look at that. Look at this cluster. Right there. Even that last clip is bad. There are isolated tornadoes, always the chance of isolated tornadoes in these bands. And there was just a tornado warning near West Palm Beach. They're talking about it probably now here.
Yes, Andrew, can you hear me?
I have to watch the station. Hold on. Oh my God. I gotta watch the radio station. MJ plays, yes.
Yesterday we got the notice. I was in a Zone A evacuation on Harbor Island.
I got 3 minutes to a break. I don't know if windy. Let's go to West Palm. West Palm Beach weather. Let's see. Tornado warning update. Southern Florida. It's not letting me. Tornado watch is in effect. Please take shelter if necessary. There is a possible risk of severe weather. So, yeah. That's West Palm right there.
I still have some friends there in Zone.
And there was, I think they confirmed one near there already.
There are choices that need to be made, and Floridians, I think natives tend to stick around a little bit more. I'm from Michigan. I did want to get out of Dodge, having been through Irma and seeing gas stations be out of gas, especially heading north. I thought it was best to leave a little bit early. Had a little bit of preparations already planned as far as a bug out bag and some food. So I just hope everyone stays safe out there wherever you are.
Yeah, Alex, that's one of my questions. When you get these evacuation orders, and they are mandatory, what do you take with you, and what do you leave behind? Give us a sense of, what you put in your car, what you put in your suitcase, and how long do you expect to be gone?
So for things like this, I plan to be gone a week. So I have a cooler filled with water, some ice, Gatorade, basic food, and of course, basic clothes. Like I'm going to a hotel basically for a week. So that's what I plan when I pack the car, and then a deck of cards just to have fun if the power's out.
Yeah, and of course, there's a lot of time to pass, and as we watch this storm kind of unfold and gather there on western Florida in the Gulf, and we are being told it's going to hit, at least the impact's going to be the border of Sarasota and Charlotte County. And so essentially, you said you had experienced this back when Irma came through. Are you seeing some similarities or some differences, or is it really the same go plan here?
From what I witnessed, and I may have taken off a little bit earlier this time, having been through Irma, it was a little bit eerie in Tampa. I did not see as much panic, even though all the trajectories were looking like it was going to hit straight towards Tampa. But I don't know if people got prepared a little bit earlier, but very similar in the sense of, getting the news out and people were starting to head out. So I think people may have learned from Irma, but I know that one didn't hit directly as much as Tampa was showing earlier.
Yeah, and we are being told that it looks like Tampa isn't going to get, a direct hit. Obviously, there's still going to be a lot of wind, a lot of rain, a lot of flooding here. We have about 4 Live Now looks up, and we can tell, unfortunately, it is nighttime, but you can kind of see the rain starting to come in. Alex, last question for you. Are you optimistic? Are you cautious? Are you concerned? Well, how are you feeling right now?
It's tough to say. Obviously, tuning in just like everyone else who want to see a Tampa Bay not take a direct hit, because Bayshore, some of the other places in Tampa during normal storms.
Okay. Oh, sure. I got to lower that. I got to remember to lower my headphones because we're going to get that feedback. Big Dog, the update should be out. What's the latest? It's 11 o'clock, pretty much. Is the latest update out yet? Is it out yet? They might be mentioning it. Let me lower.
Press conference, don't worry, we were recording on it. We were going to start it from the very beginning, but they have started their briefing, updating us on Hurricane Ian. Let's listen in.
Good evening. I'm here with Florida Department of Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie, our Transportation Secretary Jared Perdue, as well as the Chief Financial Officer of the state of Florida, Jimmy Petronas. As of 11 p.m., Hurricane Ian is located roughly 170 miles south-southwest of Punta Gorda in Charlotte County, and it's moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. It's now a strong Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour. Tornado watches are in effect in Central and in South Florida until 5 a.m. We have 2 radar-indicated tornadoes in Kings Point in Palm Beach, as well as possible tornadoes in Hollywood in Broward County. The most recent update by the National Hurricane Center for the track of Ian places landfall at the juncture of Charlotte and Lee counties. And so if you think about where we were 48 hours ago with a much different track, 24 hours ago looking a lot like Tampa Bay, and then each model and then now the performance of the storm is causing the Hurricane Center to move it southeastward in terms of where it's on the west coast of Florida. And so people in southwest Florida, this is going to likely make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. There will be catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge on the Gulf Coast region, and of course the highest risk will be in that southwest Florida region from Naples up to Sarasota. There's also potential for flash flooding and river flooding with 10 to 20 inches across central and northeast Florida. If you are in an evacuation zone, particularly in those southwest Florida counties, your time to evacuate is coming to an end. You need to evacuate now. You're going to start feeling major impacts of this storm relatively soon. We anticipate landfall sometime tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening. But of course, even if it arrives on land tomorrow evening, you're going to feel those effects far before that. So if you still haven't made the decision, now's the time to do it, and now's the time to act. And again, you don't have to traverse all across the state of Florida. You need to get to higher ground. You need to get to structures that are safe. There are shelters open in all of these counties, and that would be preferable than remaining in one of those very vulnerable areas with really, really potentially catastrophic storm surge. Now, as the storm approaches and the winds start to pick up, you may see bridge closures as early as tomorrow. Once winds increase to around 40 to 45 miles per hour of sustained winds, both Florida Department of Transportation and the Florida Highway Patrol, in coordination with local law enforcement, will be evaluating the conditions to determine if and when to close bridges to ensure the safety of the motorists. Again, bridges may be closed as early as tomorrow, so as you make plans to evacuate, please keep that in mind. Additionally, as traffic has returned to a normal flow on I-4 eastbound, FDOT has discontinued for the time being the emergency shoulder use. If you plan on traveling on I-4, normal traffic patterns are in effect. Of course, if that traffic flow starts to slow down like it did earlier today, that's something that they will reinstitute. As evacuations continue, fuel stations may temporarily run out of fuel. You can use Gas Buddy to find stations in your area that have fuel. We have suspended tolls on the roads in Central Florida as well as the roads in Tampa Bay. We're going to continue to keep with that. We've mentioned today that Visit Florida has partnered with Expedia to provide hotel room options for people that are leaving evacuation zones. You can go to expedia.com/Florida to do that. In terms of vacancies, the most significant numbers of vacancies are in northern Florida from Tallahassee to Pensacola, as well as in southeast Florida in Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. There are some vacancies in other parts of Florida, but those have by far the most vacancies at the current time. There's also a number of Airbnbs available, and similar to the hotels, the most availability is in both southeast Florida as well as the Big Bend and Panhandle region of the state of Florida. We think it's very important that you don't leave your pets behind. Bring your pets with you. They need you during this time. We have asked the hotels to relax their pet policies and advertise their relaxed pet policies on their website and on Expedia. The good news is many of them have done that. Many of them are allowing pets when they otherwise may not do that. And we thank them for that, because we understand how important it is when people are evacuating for their own safety. It's not just them, family members as well as their pets. We have over 176 shelters open statewide, including more than 50 special needs shelters, and more will likely be added as this storm progresses to other parts of the state. If you want to look at shelters, go to floridadisaster.org/shelters, floridadisaster.org/shelters. We now have 58 school districts that have announced school closures due to this storm. Go to fldoe.org/storminfo to get the most up-to-date information on school closures, fldoe.org/storminfo. There's now over 30,000 personnel stationed and standing by to help with power restoration, and that's across all of our utilities, our electric co-ops. Right now in the state of Florida, there's about 8,000 customers that are out of power. That's mostly in southeast Florida due to some of the things that we have seen. But of course, that number will be into the millions relatively shortly. You're going to see widespread power outages as a result of Hurricane Ian making landfall and then working its way through the state of Florida. But we're working with all of those companies to make sure that they have the ability to get in as soon as possible and to help restore power once the storm passes. And that's both FDOT as well as Florida Highway Patrol with that. floridadisaster.org/get-a-plan. If you have any questions about what is going to be happening within the next 24 hours. And what's going to happen is, this is a relatively slow-moving storm now. When it actually reaches landfall, it's likely to go to a trickle. That's going to dump an enormous amount of rain on the state of Florida. It is going to work its way from southwest Florida up to the central part of our state. It's going to have major impacts in places like Osceola County, Orange County, and it's now projected to exit the state of Florida after passing through Volusia County, and it will go into the Atlantic Ocean and likely probably gain strength and run into some other state. But once it gets out of Florida, it's going to be kicking up a lot of water, and that's going to impact northeast Florida. It's going to impact the St. Johns River. It's going to impact Duval County. So this is going to have widespread impact. So you see major hurricane category 4, that initial impact, that's going to be severe. The storm surge is going to be severe. Obviously the water and the flooding for a slow moving storm, very severe impacts in southwest Florida. But those impacts are going to continue going out all through the state. So this is not going to end up leaving the state of Florida until sometime on Friday morning. So this is a lot of nasty weather that we're in store for over the next few days. Kevin Guthrie is here, as well as Jimmy Petronas. So I'll let Kevin come up, and then we'll hear from Secretary Perdue and CFO.
Thank you, Governor. Again, appreciate your continued leadership on this response to Hurricane Ian. As you said, currently Hurricane Ian is bringing tropical storm force winds and rain to the Keys and South Florida. Our meteorologist just mentioned to us that before coming in here that our tropical storm force winds may extend out at landfall 300 plus miles to the northeast. So again, as the governor's already mentioned, this will be a statewide event. This is going to cause conditions for flooding. We've already, as the governor has mentioned, already started seeing tornadoes begin to form. I urge Floridians to monitor weather alerts and seek immediate shelter if tornado warnings are issued. Tropical tornadoes will occur very quickly. They will happen overnight tonight and will occur during heavy rain. You will not be able to see them coming. If you get a weather alert, stay in an interior room of a secure structure away from windows and doors and protect your head and body from any debris. If there is a flash flood warning in your area, remember it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded areas. If there is a flooded roadway, do not drive through the flooded roadway. You do not know what is going on with the roadway underneath. Please turn around and do not drown in that situation. Areas in the South Florida and the Keys began to experience outages, as the governor has already mentioned. We highly encourage you, as such, if you have not lost power, please go by an ATM and have some cash on hand before power is lost in your area. If you happen to have food in your refrigerators, you should limit the amount of times that you open that door. This will help keep your food and perishables intact for a longer period of time. If you are using a generator, remember to keep it elevated on a hard surface to prevent it from getting wet and increasing your chances of electrocution. Again, as we've always said, do not operate your generator indoors. Make sure you keep it outdoors and far away from windows and doors so that no exhaust can enter the home. Generator exhaust contains carbon monoxide, which will be fatal. If residents have questions about resources for Hurricane Ian, I urge them to reach out to their local emergency management or public safety office. This storm will only continue to intensify. If you want to leave, as the governor has said, now is your last chance. We cannot send first responders into harm's way because you decided not to leave. You must leave now. If you have any questions about the status of the storm and you don't have access to a computer, please continue to call our State Assistance Information Line toll free at 1-800-342-3557. The number is 1-800-342-3557. As always, you can follow us on our social media on Facebook and our Twitter page at FLCERT. Again, Governor, thank you very much.
Okay, Jared.
Yes, thank you, Governor. Earlier today, efforts were taken to enhance the ease of evacuations for Floridians by suspending tolls in Central Florida and activating what we call emergency shoulder use along the I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando. Allowing motorists the ability to use the shoulder as an extra lane of travel helped more vehicles to evacuate safely and quickly out of the Tampa area. We are seeing I-4 traffic volumes return to routine travel conditions, allowing us to pick up the emergency shoulder use and prepare for the storm's landfall. Toll suspension will remain in place to aid motorists still looking to evacuate and also those that have evacuated to certain areas. The full list of toll facilities that are suspended can be found at fdot.gov/Ian toll suspension. As the storm is close to making landfall, FDOT and FHP continue to closely monitor wind speeds and flood-prone areas in case closures are needed on roads or bridges. Once wind speeds on bridges increase beyond 40 miles per hour, sustained, FHP and local law enforcement will begin closing access across bridges to ensure the safety of motorists. The department has worked tirelessly with partners to strategically stage resources in order to immediately begin storm recovery efforts once the storm has passed through. We are staged and ready to perform road and bridge inspections as soon as it is safe to do so. Coastal bridges are absolutely one of our top priorities as we support the life safety mission following the impact of the storm. Additionally, emergency and pre-event contracts have been activated for post-storm operations, including roadway clearance operations, debris removal, traffic signal and lighting repairs, and generators. Having these ready ensure FDOT staff, our contractors, and our partners are ready to spring into action and immediately begin post-storm recovery efforts, including clearing roadways for emergency responders, utility workers, and other agencies to begin their efforts. Transportation partner agencies have made storm preparations and are anticipating efforts to reopen as quickly as possible. Seaports, airports, rail, and transit agencies in the path of the storm have closed in anticipation of the storm making landfall and stand ready to open as soon as it is safe.
So this is Englewood,
Continue preparations and make
and this is the area where the eye may be going, probably even south of this position. So this is the weather, and it's deteriorating, obviously. I'm going to continue listening to what they have to say.
Thank you, Governor.
Okay, Jimmy Petronas.
Thank you, gentlemen. Your leadership is going to save lives. Our urban search and rescue teams stand ready to activate. We have 5 state teams that are activated with additional 5 FEMA teams that are in play. We have over 600 resources to bear in addition to these out-of-town teams. Virginia 1 and 2 just came back from Puerto Rico. They're in Miami, so as this is a full court press on behalf of the state's resources to make sure that our folks have the peace of mind that they know that our state is there to save them at their most critical time. Florida's teams are second to none. I'm incredibly proud of how hard and well they work together, whether it be Hurricane Michael, Irma, or Surfside Building. Florida truly has the best urban search and rescue teams in the nation. They stand ready. And Governor, thank you for your leadership.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll be back very early tomorrow morning, so we'll see you guys.
You were just listening into Governor Ron DeSantis.
The governor needs to rest. And credit to the governor, Governor DeSantis, for, you can see he looks tired. I mean, it's hard. But just based on what I've been seeing, he's doing a tremendous job. I'm just saying. So he needs to go home or whatever and get some rest, because he's going to have a rough few more days. So hopefully Governor DeSantis gets some much needed rest right now. But yeah, this is a big storm, and it's a slow mover. And even he said it. It's going to go out into the Atlantic, strengthen, and affect another state. He said that. That's what I've been saying. Because it's trending more east all the time. This line, this center line, was over here today. Look how much to the east it's moved. More than half of the cone is now over the Atlantic. And the likelihood is it's going to go back over the Atlantic. And then affect Georgia or the South Carolina most likely. So if you live in Georgia and the Carolinas, you need to watch your weather too. Because it's also about that rain. The flooding rains. And these areas are prone for flooding in here. So this is not good. And it's a big storm. And it's a slow mover. And they're predicting it to be a 4 when it makes landfall, or near a Cat 4. Even a strong Cat 3 is bad. So, and then again with these isolated tornadoes. Exactly. Look how far the outer bands are going up north. But you could see it. Look at this. Look at that. And these are those storms. Let's see what's going on now. And they're coming on shore. Look at this. This is a bad cluster up here about to get near Point St. Lucie. Look at this. And then you have these coming on. And look at these developing down here. This is bad. This is bad. I mean, before the hurricane even comes, you've got to deal with isolated tornadoes. Look how far. Look how far ahead, like Big Dog said. Look at that. Look how far the bands go. I mean, look at the size of this storm. Theoretically, it's right here. Look at this flare up. Look at the size. It's still over Cuba. And it's expanding over Cuba. Look at that. It's still over Cuba. From Cuba to Central Florida. And it's growing because it went through an eye wall replacement cycle. It's growing in size. And it's a slow mover. What's up, Bobby? Bobby, I've been covering the hurricane for the last few days. Focused on this. Exactly, dog. I was just saying that. It's still over freaking Cuba. That's unbelievable. It's actually, look at it. It's actually backing into Cuba. Look at it. It's actually covering more Cuba than it was before. Look at the line. Look at this. Look at this expansion. That's incredible. Look where it starts. Look at this. Look at that. And the eye is getting its act back together, by the way. The eye wall recycle is almost, look, it's coming back together now. Right there's a peak of it. It's moving. It's right there. There's your eye. It's starting to come back. Now it's a little bit to the west, but it's wobbling, it's reforming. We have to see where it goes now after it reforms. In a couple of hours. By 1:30, we should know. I'm staying up at least till 2. I am definitely staying up till the next update. There's no question about that. So I'm going to be here again. I think I streamed for 5 hours today. But I need to watch this. Look at that. That's a nice cam. That really is a nice cam. And then, of course, we have these. This one's too dark. But we're going to keep an eye on Englewood. And we're definitely going to keep an eye on this. But I do want to check out the news. But when they get focused more on the hurricane, like now.
Both join us tonight. You guys have a lot to talk about. Let's start with what we're going to see tomorrow. First, the rain and then possibly tornadoes.
That's right. It looks like downpours begin in the morning and they become kind of relentless in the afternoon, and especially.
Well, this is Orlando.
South Florida, but we're going to continue to watch this as we go into tonight's. Tomorrow, that's going to be a big issue for us here.
Yeah, because look at these rainfall totals. We could see in a stripe along the track anywhere from 20 to 30 inches of rain. This is the latest forecast from the GFS American model, and this may change just a little bit based on the track changing just a little bit. But consistently for the last several days, these models have been detailing a real possibility of what would be some very impactful flooding rains, most of this happening Wednesday night. This would be the kind of rain that will cut off roads, make many roads impassable. So maybe while your house stays dry, getting there would not be a possibility with just standing water or even at worst flowing water. It's a real thing, and this is going to make for some big interruptions with plans. And despite that, you know, authorities want you in your house tomorrow. Find your spot by 10 a.m. just to be safe. But most of this will come through during the afternoon tomorrow and tomorrow night. But yeah, we could easily see spots getting 20 to 30 inches, and it's hard to picture that. It really is. But picture what could be feet and feet of water in low spots on roads. If you live in a flood-prone area, if you flood when it rains in the summertime from thunderstorms, it's a likelihood you're going to flood at a more severe level with this system, unfortunately. This is a Category 3 hurricane, winds of 120. The current track takes it northward, arriving on the coastline, probably in Charlotte County near the Fort Myers area, Punta Gorda, Gasparilla Bay, as a Cat 4 hurricane in the afternoon tomorrow. And then from there, it slowly jogs northeastward toward Orlando. In fact, by tomorrow night, by 8 p.m. tomorrow, it could be sitting right over Manatee County, maybe over northern Hardy County and DeSoto counties, and eventually work into Polk County before finally arriving in Orlando on Thursday morning. That would be the center of circulation. And all the preamble, all the stuff before it would be extremely heavy rain for Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday night with a lot of tornadoes. That'll be followed by what could be wind gusts well over 60 or 70 miles an hour, knocking trees down and leading to extended power outages. The system will then track into the Carolinas. So as far as future radar goes, we'll see some light rain overnight tonight, but by tomorrow morning the first bands arrive, and in the afternoon those bands become less intermittent and more steady. And based on the track of this hurricane as it works toward Orlando tomorrow night, we could see essentially a downpour from 8 o'clock tomorrow night through 5 in the morning Thursday morning, and possibly as late as noon. All the while in that downpour, easily 2 to 4 inches, maybe in spots 8 inches of rain in 1 hour could fall before finally this moves away on Thursday night. But with wind gusts, it'll knock power out. So we'd be looking at flooding rains that would interrupt travel and make travel impossible across parts of Central Florida. This is the real deal, followed by winds that could knock down trees across roads and also power out for days on end. So tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., remain in place. That's the remain in place order for tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Scattered downpours developing. By 1 o'clock, a tornado threat develops, spotty flash flooding. By 7 o'clock, steady downpours begin with flash flooding and tornadoes. Right now, Ian Cassette's been tracking tornadoes across South Florida. Looks like none happening now, but Ian, we're starting to see the rain rolling northward. We're going to get this tomorrow, aren't we?
And Brooks, right as you were talking, we just got a new tornado warning in here to the Fox 35 Weather Center, and this is to our south. This is not in our area yet, but this is just another example of...
I said Port St. Lucie, didn't I, about 20 minutes ago? Watch the storms near Port St. Lucie. Now there's a tornado warning there. I'm just saying.
Southeastern St. Lucie County. So we have Route 1 from north to south. We have the Florida Turnpike that is covering there. And I throw on the base velocity. That will actually show you where we have this velocity couplet that we are looking at. And so we're going to be watching for these storms that are moving up from the south to north. And these are going at a good clip as well. These are going at about, as I pull that right back up, these are going about 22 miles per hour. So these are quick moving, 20 to 30 miles per hour. And they are under that tornado warning that will continue continue here, but I'm going to show you how close this is to our area now as I show you a little bit farther of a view expanding outward, that we do have a lot going on here to our south, but that heavier rain is starting to move into our area. So this is moving to the northwest, and this is all going to be steadily moving in. It's going to be kind of that stratiform rain, basically just covering up large area with that rain coming down that we will see. But it's by tomorrow morning, probably late morning, when we will start to see that tornado risk rising in our area, especially once those temperatures do rise a bit. But these hurricanes, they don't need a whole lot of heat really to create this situation. But we have a lot to watch for the next couple of days.
And the Fox model is reflecting that, certainly. We're seeing the Fox model bring in the heavy rain. So we're going to watch this very carefully. It looks like by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, you can see those downpours. So John and Luann, a fluid situation, but the takeaway is flooding rain tomorrow, tornadoes followed by wind and power outages that could last for days. So let's be prepared and hunker down. It's a long duration event.
Yeah, it is going to be a busy couple of days. So as Brooks was saying, get in the house tomorrow. Plan on staying there until Friday. We will be here throughout the storm for you so you can keep yourself and
have a busy couple of days trying to track Hurricane Ian here down there in Florida as we continue to watch them. So thank you so much for their continued service and as they continue to cover it here on Live Now from Fox. Here's one more time at this look at this X-RAD weather model as we continue to see the path and we continue to watch it. Less than 24 hours now until potential landfall there, and it is certainly catastrophic flooding, rain, wind, storm surges, so people are asking them to be prepared. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
Wow. I can't believe he said 20 to 30 like you said, Big Dog. That caught me. Really? 20 to 30? Holy. Wow. Wow. I was like taken aback the same way when you reacted. That I reacted the same way, but holy shit, I just slid like a lot. But I can't believe how accurate I've been. I nailed this one. Really. Perfect forecast. It's probably where that marina is, right around there. Man, Teresa, she's right in here. Look at this. Just like he said, Punta Gorda. Definitely got to watch here. Cape Coral. Fort Myers. All in here. Definitely got to watch this whole area. From Englewood down this area right here. That's where it's going to make landfall. Tomorrow. You got to pray for these people down there.
To be a Category 4 hurricane by the time it makes landfall. This according to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and also the National Weather Service that we've been following closely throughout the day. Earlier, we heard a press conference out of the White House from FEMA officials there. And we want to reiterate, though, that earlier in the day, President Biden had not yet called Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. That call did happen later on in the afternoon. So the two have spoken about preparations for Hurricane Ian as they will help people put stuff back together after the hurricane hits land and just being prepared there together. So I want to reiterate that before we get into this press conference here from the White House press briefing room.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. As you just heard, I did join the president in his conversation with the 3 mayors in Florida. And what he spoke about with them was making sure that he understood what their needs were, and he wanted to hear from them on what their potential impacts were going to be. He asked about their progress with the mandatory evacuation orders that are in place, and he really wanted to make sure that the mayors knew that he has committed the full force of the federal family to make sure that we are there to support them in what they need, and that they can reach out to me, they can reach out to him anytime with any needs that they may have in the aftermath of this storm. So a little bit about the storm. As of this morning, the National Hurricane Center upgraded Hurricane Ian to a Category 3 storm, which means that's about 125 mile-an-hour winds. Ian is moving toward western Florida at approximately 12 miles per hour, and at this time we are expecting landfall somewhere between Fort Myers and Tampa. By the time it reaches the shores of Florida, the storm is going to slow down to approximately 5 miles per hour, and this is significant because what this means is that Floridians are going to experience the impacts from this storm for a very long time. I can tell you that our biggest concern as we wait for this storm to make landfall is storm surge, and I will note that storm surge is a leading cause of hurricane-related fatalities. Just in 2018, when Hurricane Michael impacted the Florida Panhandle, there were 5 recorded fatalities as a result of storm surge. So therefore, if people are told to evacuate by their local officials, please listen to them. The decision you choose to make may mean the difference between life and death. We won't just see storm surge, though, on the western coast of Florida. Hurricane Ian's path is also going to bring some storm surge to the eastern coast, somewhere near the Daytona to the Jacksonville area. In addition to the storm surge, we are also going to see significant rainfall with the possibility of up to 25 inches in some isolated parts of Florida. And as always, there's always a possibility for tornadoes. So the main message I have for everyone in Florida is that this is going to impact everyone in different ways. So you need to stay focused. I did speak with Governor DeSantis on Friday to hear his main concerns and his priorities for the response and the preparedness actions. And we immediately began moving resources and personnel in when President Biden signed Governor DeSantis's pre-landfall emergency declaration request on Saturday. This made sure that we were able to immediately start supporting the governor's concerns that he relayed to me. The preparation for this storm has been extensive and it has been coordinated. It has been a coordinated effort between FEMA, our federal, our state, and our nonprofit partners. So a little bit about some of that forward-leaning posture that we've put in place. Search and rescue, we know that this is going to be a priority. We have established a search and rescue coordination group that's going to be in Miami, and it includes members from FEMA's urban search and rescue teams, the Coast Guard, the Department of Defense, the Department of the Interior, as well as the state of Florida. These teams are going to coordinate search and rescue efforts by land, by air, and by sea. We have also pre-staged 128,000 gallons of fuel for immediate deployment, and we have moved a variety of generators of all sizes and types to help restore power to critical infrastructure after the storm passes. The Army Corps of Engineers has also pre-staged 300 personnel to conduct power and fuel assessments as soon as the storm passes. And we have 3.7 million meals and 3.5 million liters of water that are staged in Alabama. There are also multiple volunteer organizations that are postured and prepared to support feeding operations as soon as it is safe to do so. The Red Cross, they have established 29 shelters right now for evacuees, and they are also prepared to open an additional 60 shelters if needed. And we have 200 ambulances from our FEMA contract that are already in the state working side by side with local officials, and we have 4 federal medical teams on standby. So while we are postured and ready to support Florida as they prepare for the impacts of Hurricane Ian, I want to make clear that FEMA's ongoing support to Puerto Rico's recovery efforts from Hurricane Fiona, as well as Alaska's recovery from Typhoon Merbok, is still ongoing. We remain focused on helping Puerto Rico restore critical services like power and water, and our staff remain engaged with families to help them through the application process. And I'm happy to say just now that the final 4 municipalities in Puerto Rico were just added for individual assistance. So now the entire Commonwealth has that available to them. Our teams in Alaska are also helping the state complete damage assessments and addressing emergency repairs as the state is preparing for their nearing freeze up as the winter season approaches. As far as Hurricane Ian's path, it has become more defined, but as with any hurricane, it can still be unpredictable. This means that it is more important than ever that communities inside and outside of that projected path that you see, that you stay vigilant. And so my message to those who may be watching at home, get ready and do not underestimate the potential that this storm can bring. Know where you are going to get your information. Listen to your local officials and heed their advice. They are trying to keep you safe. Have a plan to communicate with your family. Finally, FEMA and our partners are here. We are ready and we are focused on meeting the needs of those that we are charged to serve, but we need the help of everyone that we are charged, that everyone at home, to be as prepared as they can be. I am confident that we have the right team in place as we work this emergency response to Hurricane Ian, and together we have the capability to meet whatever threats may come our way.
We'll take a couple questions. Thank you, Director Criswell. You briefly mentioned Puerto Rico. There are still 750,000 customers without power.
I'll tell you one thing. I don't know. I don't know when it's going to make that turn that they think it's going to make that turn. I'm not so sure yet about that too. Does it start to make the turn here? It's getting pretty close to that point. If it goes more northerly before it makes that turn, that means it's going to end up here still. They're not out of the woods yet. We have to see if that track stays on point, because wow. For those who've not been here for a while, for the last few days, like Justin and X-Lady, I'm just messing with you. And you guys know, Justin knows how I forecasted the hurricanes in Louisiana and how accurate I was. I've outdone myself on this one. I've been on the money. 100% on this one. Big Dog has been right there with me. And Derek when he's around. We've been on this. And I say we. Because there was a few of us that seen this coming. That have been here. I agree with you there. Big Dog, I agree with everything you say. I do. They're going to regret it, especially in low-lying areas, flood-prone areas. They're going to regret it. And those there's, you know how many people say, it's not going to be bad. They say this all the time. This is not a storm. This one here is definitely not one to mess around with. No way. It's going to hit pretty much 70. It's affecting the whole state. Screw that, because they're getting tornadoes near West Palm Beach, Hollywood, Port St. Lucie. It's affecting the whole state. And why this is going, can you imagine a whole state getting ravaged by a storm? I couldn't believe when I saw the number. 2.5 million evacuations. And think of the long duration of this storm. When he said 20 to 30 inches of rain, and she just said 25 in some areas, wow. And I used to live in Florida. I had a house in Orlando. And it's really built on a swamp, landfill. And there's canals everywhere. Even in my backyard where I used to live, I had a big canal. And they're all connected. That water, do you realize the flooding that's going to occur? You have to know Florida. You have to have lived in Florida to know. I know where I live by Valencia College, by I-4. I cannot even think about 2 feet of water. My house will be underwater. Well, my old house. My backyard doors opened. It was 20, 25 feet. I'm going to show you. I'm going to bring up Google Earth. I don't own this house no more. I sold it like 10 years ago. And it was built after Andrew. It's a beautiful house. But I'm going to show you what I had in my backyard. I don't want to put the address, so I'm going to have to kind of guess. And it's not going to be... I could just put Valencia College. That would be the easiest thing. That's on Econolachi. And my house was... I don't even want to say what it was. Valencia College Lane. I don't even want to say that. Valencia College. It's got to be Econolachi. So this is where my house was. Now this is an example. Yeah, that's it. Let's go fast. My house was right here. See what was in my backyard? This is my old house right here. Beautiful house. 4-bedroom, 2-car garage. Beautiful house. I painted that. Before I sold it, I painted that. The entire house. But that's my backyard. That shit's going to fill up with water. That shit's going to back into the properties. The water has nowhere to go. And you see how these canals go? They connect. It's all connected. I actually saw an alligator come. I saw an alligator in my backyard, and I was with my dog. I ran right back into the house. Oh my God. But, yeah. This is Orlando. It's actually northeast of Kissimmee. Yeah, Kissimmee's here, see? I was up here. I used to travel all the time to Space Coast. I used to hear the shuttle going over the house. Boom, boom. The house would shake. There's the shuttle. But yeah, it's going to be bad for flooding in areas like that. It's not going to be good. So I know what it's like. It's not going to be good. I really was. Do you know that you would find like a huge... it was bizarre. I mean, you walk out your door, there's a big snake sitting right there. I'm like, what the... Or an alligator under your car. Oh my God. There was a place I used to go by the house to go biking, and it was along a river, a street, like a small river. I used to see people going up to the edge, and I'm like, you are nuts. There could be an alligator right under the water right there looking right at you, you idiot. It was probably people from out of town, you know, they didn't know. The things people do. I found when I was walking the dog, right there by Valencia College, right across the street, a dead panther. A black panther right on the side of the road. I was like, okay, this is new. I've seen roadkill. I never saw a Black Panther. I was like, oh shit. I mean, the vultures, you see them flying, waiting, and they take the little pets. They tell you in Florida, don't leave your babies or pets outside, the vultures. I'm not kidding. People in Florida, you know what I'm talking about, right? I'm not making this up. This is true. But, I got to pay attention to the time. Oh, yeah. For real. For real. It's scary like that. I remember because it was really dark to drive from Orlando east to Space Coast. Then there was the Banana River. A lot of manatees over there. Well, there used to be. I used to go fishing right there under the bridge. And you could see Space Coast. Like I always say, there's a beautiful pier in Cape Canaveral. It is a beautiful pier in a camping area. If you ever want to have a good time, check that out. Because Space Coast, it's Space Coast. You can see everything. That's a cool spot. It's right near Cocoa Beach, north of Cocoa. I almost got attacked by sharks in Daytona, swimming. I've said that story many times where I was swimming and I was way out there. This is when I first came down from New York and bought the house. And I'm going to Daytona feeling cool, going by the raceway, parking on the beach with my car, with the family, swimming like I'm swimming in the Atlantic by Montauk, out a bit. And the lifeguard said, he literally said, you effing a-hole. Do you realize you were swimming and there were sharks around you and I wasn't coming to rescue you? He told me straight up just like that. I didn't even say nothing. I just walked away. I was like, I felt so stupid. I didn't realize it. He was pissed. He was pissed at me. And it scared the fuck out of me forever after he told me that. When you go swimming in Florida, for those who don't know, first there's the jellyfish. You got to watch the jellyfish. Second, it is amazing because when you see the waves breaking, you could see the fish in the waves. You need to wear the water slippers things, the shoes. You need to wear those because you'll be in the water up to your knees and you'll feel fish hitting your legs. It's like that. In Cocoa, it is. I experienced that a lot in Cocoa. I seen my cousin's little dog taken by those ugly birds. Yes, it's for real. I'm not saying this to make up stories. It's the truth. But I've had experiences in Florida. And I pray for those people because I have 20 to 30 family members that live in Florida. My mother said that my cousin's in denial. She doesn't think it's going to be that bad. She's in denial right now. She's honestly saying it's not going to be as bad as they say. And my mother's upset. She's not heeding the warnings. And she's crippled. She had a stroke. She's paralyzed on one side. And her son and her husband take care of her. You know, it is what it is. This is not a storm to mess around with. Oh, and for the KGRA folks, I was talking about this earlier. I don't know what I did with them. Oh, they're over there. Oh. I'm not going to announce any news because there's really some sad news going on right now, but I can't talk about it. It's sad as hell. Prayers. But remember the Bishop show? Lorraine remembers. And by the way, I'm in Yankee attire because the Yankees clinched the AL East tonight. They beat the Blue Jays. But these are those glasses that the Bishop was talking about a few weeks ago on the show, the Paranormal Aura glasses. They are wicked. It's got a blue tint to everything. They are wicked glasses. The Aura glasses. And I did get the goggles too. But I ain't putting these on. But they are wicked. I'm just saying. Everything has a blue tint. It's freaky to look at. And I got to do more research on these glasses. I just wanted to show the KGRA people. And the goggles I haven't even tried to put on, but I can't imagine what I'm going to look like with these fuckers on. Like I'm swimming in... I got to take the hat off. I don't want to take the hat off. I don't want to break them either. Can you imagine? Wow. Oh, that is freaky. Oh my God. I got to see how this looks like. I got to do research on these things. I don't want to break them. These cost $75. Toys. More toys. Oh my God. I gotta put them away. What did I do with them? We gotta put them away. It breaks the tension in the room. Even though I'm by myself. Oh, anyway. I just wanted to show the KGRA people because they know exactly what I'm talking about because it was on a show. All right, focusing back on the serious nature of the night. Let's put this back.
Tornadoes certainly a big concern with these outer bands as they sweep through, always with the landfalling system. We'd have like 25, 30 tornado warnings, and it's kind of a secondary part of the news just because you're focused on the surge and the wind and all that, but tornadoes are a big problem as well. In the inland counties, I mean, you think back to Charlie, Jean, and Francis, all within like that month-and-a-half time span. You folks in Polk County just got hammered. Every single storm went through your county. Seems like all the time that's how it kind of works out, and you get some hurricane-force winds, and it's nasty, and you lose power for a long period of time. I mean, with this kind of a track kind of cutting through Hardee and DeSoto and Highlands County, it's not a good setup. So hoping for the best, but undoubtedly you're probably going to see some hurt.
All right, somebody mentioned in Trovo, Naples. Now, if you live in Naples, you need to watch this hurricane. And I'm going to put him back. But anywhere, I've been talking about it for nonstop pretty much. Naples is to the south. I think the storm is really going to go up here between Englewood and Bonita Springs. I don't really see Naples. You're going to get bad weather. I mean, you're going to be near the eye. No matter what, you got that flow coming north. You're going to get hit. But as far as the eye, it's going to be in the vicinity. It's going to be to your north. But you're on that right side as it comes in. So if we go to some of the models, this is the Euro. Forget about the Euro right now. Believe it or not, the American is more accurate as you get closer. So look where Naples is. See? But these models are older, so they're not matching up to the updated model. So this is where they're thinking, like Englewood. But you're right near the eye. you will have some really bad weather there. See? The eye is to your north and west. So if you're in Naples, it's going to be really bad there too. Just saying. So even though the eye is probably going to go to north, but you're going to get that onshore flow too. The eye is getting its act together. So I'm going to go back and listen to what they're saying.
Collapses their power grid, and you can just see or not see Cuba here on this nighttime satellite picture from Ambassador Eric Stratting there as Cuba, just south of Florida, north of Jamaica. You can see the two lights there, but you can see the faint blue blob there in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, and that's Cuba without electricity for most of their residents there. You can see Florida and the Florida Keys, the Miami-Dade area there, and you can see Jamaica in the bottom portion of their screen still a little bit lit up, but Cuba without power there. So that is just shows the intensity of this storm, Hurricane Ian, as it's likely to be a Category 4 storm by the time it makes landfall tomorrow, likely in Florida. I'm Andy Mack from Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to follow some of the biggest stories from around the world, and certainly that one, Hurricane Ian, is we're going to be following for the next 24, 48 hours as it approaches Florida. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but after we come back, we're going to hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis about the latest.
Okay, so they're rebroadcasting what DeSantis said an hour ago. That's what they're going to do. They're going to keep pumping up that news. This is a live cam. So, obviously, things will deteriorate. There are isolated tornadoes more on the east side, the east coast side of Florida right now, with the bands coming in off the Atlantic. The next update is 2 hours away. But tomorrow, that's when it's really going to deteriorate really bad. Newest numbers 120, so it's the same. It's practically the same. Are you talking from the 11 o'clock? That was the 11 o'clock numbers, wasn't it? Moving northeast at 10, I think. Big dog. Just a little bit to north. Let's go back to Englewood, the marina. So this is potentially a landfall area. Englewood. Potentially. Could be Englewood or Point South, if I had to guess. But this is, the eye is going to be really in close proximity to this location. Okay, so that was the midnight numbers. So it's pretty much the same. But the eye went through the eye replacement cycle. If you remember, we've just been looking at the, I'm going to wait like a half hour and then look at the satellite imagery, because I bet you that eye is getting its act together again. It's Cat 3, so they're predicting a Cat 4. That's 130. So they are thinking this thing is going to intensify even more. And it's a big storm already. I think I need coffee. I just hope that these people that were supposed to evacuate, evacuated. And it's good to see that the businesses are cooperating with the state and the governor, with the pets, making it easier for people. Because there's no way. My dog is upside down sleeping right now Can you imagine? Look at my dog right now. It's hysterical. I don't know if he's going to wake up when I move. And if I stand on this deck, on this platform, one day it's going to flip and I'm going to go flying. So I'm going to try to swing it around. Look at my dog. Look at him. And you think you're going to leave your pets behind? Are you kidding? No way. Hell no. They're family. I know, Jamie. That shit is heading dead for you. You probably know this marina I'm showing on the screen. Because it's in Englewood. What is it? Stump Pass Marina? Right? You have to know where that is. Because that's a live cam from that marina. I'm concerned about all those boats in storage, in dry dock, in those hangar-looking bays. This could be, I don't even want to, I mean, oh my God. If the eye hits comes to this area with a Cat 4, and there's one boat there. There's another cam, yeah. That's the other camera. I seen that. Now, I don't know if this is the one you're talking about. Lemon Bay webcam. But it's dark and you can't really see much. This camera is having a heart attack. I'm sure you know where this is. And that's Jamie Havican. For those in the KGRA people. Wow, man. Jamie, they got, I'm telling you, man. That storm surge could be wickedly bad. Big dog, that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the structure integrity of those storage bays for those boats. Yeah, I'm going to be streaming every night for the next couple of nights and days, Jamie, so I'll be here. Yeah, shoot some video. You know how to send it to me. The video is really going to start tomorrow afternoon. But you got to be careful. That's when it's really going to start. But it's deteriorating now, but by tomorrow afternoon, oh my gosh. Because, like I said, this thing is getting closer now. 2 o'clock tomorrow, they're estimating. And what time is high tide? 2 o'clock tomorrow in the afternoon as this is coming in, pushing all that water? Well, bad. If this is 2 o'clock, high tide, with that onshore flow for storm surge, right into Port Charlotte, this whole Port Charlotte, look at this. Punta Gorda, Englewood, in here. My God. So yeah, this is serious. And remember, I can't emphasize it enough. Isolated tornadoes, slow mover. In some areas, 20 to 30 inches of rain. storm surge, power outages are going to be insane throughout the state. This is probably going to be a 30 to 40 billion dollar, I'm doing a guesstimate, damage to this state. I'm not even kidding. It's going to be high. It's going to be in the tens of billions. If I had to take a guess right now, the damage throughout the whole state, it can reach into the tens of billions. I'm not joking. I don't know what you all think, but I would not be surprised if it's in the tens of billions. Agreed, big dog. That it's the high tide. I saw it earlier today. Remember? I looked it up. I think it was 2 o'clock. Around there. That's a horrible scenario. And now they're talking about the storm. And I said it yesterday. Dude, you know it. I was the only one that predicted this before they did. I was the only one that predicted this. Going back over the Atlantic and going up. I said it was a low chance. But that line kept shifting east. And we seen that. And I think we're the first ones that said it was going to be moving east. Before they did. And look at the cone now. It's, like I said earlier, more than half of the cone is over Georgia and the Carolinas. This thing is showing it going back. It could go out to here. This is the whole cone. It is definitely not going in here. You can forget about that. It's going this way. Somewhere in here. That means it's going to make a second landfall. Even DeSantis said it during his press conference. It's going to exit into the Atlantic and affect another state. He said that. They're giving him the updates. You know he's getting he's getting that top priority information. He has to. He's the governor. So it's not good. I gotta refresh.
Update on Hurricane Ian and tracking that.
But those impacts are going to continue going out.
Again. This was from an hour ago. So they're just re-airing it. And we have to wait till 2 a.m. Well, I am. I don't know about all of you, but I am. So yeah, this is Englewood. Look at that. That rain is coming down too. But the thing is too, we need to keep an eye. Let me just check one more thing. I want to see the radar. It looks like it weakened a little bit here at Port St. Lucie. But look at this. Look at this. That is going onshore soon. This cell is concerning. Let's see the loop now in real time. That's a nasty cell, but this is not. Let me play. nothing. I'm concerned about these cells offshore. Some nasty cells to the south. There's some this is all night. As these cells come on shore, this is another little nasty cluster developing over here. Look at this down here. Wow. The keys are getting hit. I mean, everything's getting hit. The keys. What is this? NASA. Wow, it's even affecting parts of the Bahamas. Freeport, even Freeport is getting the storms. Look at this cluster. I mean, look how far out it's reaching. It's still affecting Cuba. It's an impressive looking storm. Look at that. Look at this cluster. That is one big storm, man. Look how it's expanding. It's blowing up. Look at the development around the eye again. Look at the development around the eye. The eye wall is definitely reforming. And there it is. It drifted off a little bit to the east again. There it goes. It's here. It's right where the mouse is. That's the eye. To the right of the center. It's wobbling to the right. Yeah, did you see that? The Bahamas is getting band effects. Is that crazy? I'm not kidding. Look at the radar. Look at the Bahamas. That's Freeport. They're even getting the bands. In the Bahamas. Yeah, definitely, big dog. Definitely. Look at the size. It's still touching Cuba. It's still touching Cuba. That's massive. and a slow mover and predicted to be a Cat 4. This isn't even like a Cat 1 or a Cat 2. This is a Cat 4. And now they're saying it's going to be a 3 as it goes over land. A 3. That's major. It's amazing to look at. Wow. So yeah, we'll be watching this eye too. Like we've been watching. And people probably wondering, why is he concentrating so much on the eye the last few days? Because that's telling us where it's going. Look at that. Look at that. It's in here now. It wobbled. It's wobbling. And now it's over here. So it's not, it's to the right of the center line again. Look at it. They're gonna start feeling these rougher bands soon. It's on the door. Look at these bands coming in. Look at these bands coming in. Wow, look at these. It almost leaves one speechless. It really does. Look how much it jogged just now to the east. It's heading north, obviously, but the more the eye goes to the east and then north. So that turn, see that turn that they have on the overlay? That turn might be happening sooner. Gotta watch this for the next hour or so. Couple hours. And we're definitely going to keep an eye on this. You can almost see the bands coming. It's in the distance. Look at the way look at the water, the wind direction. Wind is definitely picking up a little bit. Look at that. A little bit. Still hours away, but this is going to deteriorate. And this should be almost low tide now. What's this now? Yeah, this is serious stuff for Florida. I need coffee, or I'm not gonna make it. I need coffee. So what I'm going to do is, this is a repeat of Governor DeSantis's conference from an hour and a half ago. I'm going to go back to it for those who may have not. Oh, now we got this. So I'm going to go back to this right now.
16 parks and rec locations for children whose parents had to go to work. Those facilities have all been closed down for the storm. The evacuations, I've been in contact with FDOT, talked to Greg Slater with Thea, and they have seen record numbers of people up on the Selman Expressway going out eastbound. I-4, as you know, has some traffic congestion going east, and the same thing with north. So people are heeding the warning to evacuate to safer grounds. So we are doing well. We have had the officers go to all of the mobile home parks in the evacuation zones. So we feel very confident about that. People are going to the shelters. We're getting them transportation there. So we are prepared. We are having, as I stated before, conversations with the fuel suppliers to make sure that we've got those up and running. We had our code enforcement go out. We have just over 100 ALFs and nursing homes in the city of Tampa. They went around to each one of those, not only ensuring they had the generators, but that those generators worked. We offered fuel for some of the ones that were a little low, and the city had agreed to top off those generators in the event that they need those. Tico is here to talk about some of the earlier notification that they were going to shut down some of their facilities, and so they will talk a little bit more about that. But first, I will have Chief Tripp, our emergency manager, come up and give a few details.
Thank you, Mayor. Barbara Tripp, Fire Chief for Tampa Fire Rescue, as well as the Emergency Manager. As the Mayor has stated earlier about the changes with Hurricane Ian, that still does not stop us from preparing for the worst. We will receive some rain, we will receive some wind, so we still need to make sure that everyone is prepared. If you are still in the evacuation area, you must make sure that you follow the rules that we want you to evacuate safely. This storm could make another change, which we're hoping it doesn't, but you just need to make sure you're prepared. Once again, we have been communicating with local agencies for assistance. We have been communicating with the community. We have a lot of resources out there available to the community, so we want to make sure that everyone take heed to the resources that's available. Make sure you take care of your loved ones, your kids, and your pets. We have shelters that are open for special needs. We have shelters that are open for families to make sure that you are secured. We don't know what this storm is going to bring. And as the Mayor stated earlier, it shifts. Good for Tampa, but once again, we just hope it doesn't shift again. And once the storm do start coming in, once again, 911, first responders will not be able to respond if the winds or sustained wind are greater than 40 miles per hour. So for your safety and our safety, we ask you to continue to pay attention to the news and all the media that's out there for you all to stay safe as well as keep us safe. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Just a couple of points to add to what Mayor Castor and Chief Tripp mentioned. Our school shelters are up and running, and they are being staffed with Tampa PD school resource officers. So the security at the shelters is of the utmost priority for those that have evacuated. We actually did visit Zone A and Zone B, which were the two mandatory evacuation zones, 3 times. So we're still urging residents to evacuate safely. There is still plenty of time to evacuate to one of the shelters. The transportation options are available until 7 p.m. this evening. That is Hart and Uber, which are both free of charge. So if anybody wants to get to one of the shelters, we are obviously have those opportunities available to us. The one thing I do want to mention is that since the state of emergency was announced, that any of the crimes that are committed in the burglary or theft realm that are committed during the state of emergency, that the penalties are enhanced. And I just want to stress that at this point, that if you commit a burglary or a theft during a state of emergency in Hillsborough County, a burglary would normally be a second-degree felony, and it will be upgraded to a first-degree felony, and a third-degree felony, theft or burglary, would be enhanced to a second degree. So I just want to stress that we are obviously protecting our businesses and our residents' homes from burglary and theft, and I just would recommend that people do not commit those crimes because of the enhancements. The other thing I just want to mention as far as the law enforcement is concerned is that if you are arrested for one of those crimes, you also have mandatory appearance in front of a magistrate before you're able to bond out, and that's going to be delayed as the courts will be closed for the next couple of days. So again, Tampa PD is ready, willing, and able to assist anybody.
Anyway, while they're talking about this, if you're in an evacuation zone, you haven't evacuated yet, your time is running out. Because as Governor DeSantis mentioned, they're going to start closing access to bridges, roads, 40 mile per hour, I think it was. Done. So you really literally have a few hours left to get out of Dodge. Or you're staying there and this is a long duration storm. You may be there for days before they come out to get you. If you're stuck in a flood prone area, power outages are going to be widespread. If you have elderly or sick neighbors or any neighbors, call them. See if they need help. Look out for each other. That's what communities do. Neighbors do. It could be a neighbor you never even communicated with a lot. Doesn't matter. You still ask them, are you okay? This is the time people should come together regardless. You know, when we're neighbors. Even if you never spoke to them. You need help? Because there may be people that don't have access to get out. And they need that help. And it's a good thing to do. But this is a really serious situation. There's already been reports of numerous tornadoes, isolated tornadoes toward the east coast of Florida. West Palm Beach, possibly Port St. Lucie, Hollywood, due to the bands. And this is going to continue from here on out. Isolated tornadoes. And this is a big storm, and it's going to be a slow mover. One person said 20 to 30 inches of rain. Another person said 25 inches of rain in some spots. You may be days or even a week without power in some areas. So hopefully people prepared. Because, I know a lot of people in Florida, my family, that are like my cousin right now. They say it's going to be this and that. It's not going to be so bad. They always say this. Yeah. You're taking your chance. So many people do that. It wasn't like they said it was going to be. Well, what about that one time it is? And you just didn't decide to take the proper precautions. You willing to stake your life on it? Your family's life on it? It's foolish. It's stupid. In my opinion. Better to be prepared than not. But unfortunately, a lot of people do that. There are people that will have hurricane parties. Like, the last thing I want to do is be drunk or high during a storm of this magnitude. Are you kidding me? Really? If the shit hits the fan, I'm drunk? Or worse? Are you kidding? You have to wonder about people's mentality. There's a Cat 4. Most likely. It's not a Cat 1. It's not a Cat 2. It's Cat 4. Potentially. It's Cat 3 right now. A strong Cat 3. But, you know, that's a choice you have to make. And the people that really suffer are the elderly. If you live in a mobile home and you're in this area, you should not be there right now. Definitely not. If you live in a ranch-style one-floor house and you're in these areas, you should not be there right now. If you're especially prone to storm surge, you should not be there right now in one of these areas. You should not be there right now. So it's one thing to take your own life into your own hands, but to risk others' lives is just totally irresponsible. If you decide to stay by, you tell your family, okay, you guys leave. I'll stay behind. I'm going to watch the house. They're going to worry the hell out about you. That's one thing. You're going to separate your family? But you got to protect your family. Now, unfortunately, what that police officer said is true. There are people out there that will go and try to rob homes because they're looking to see if they're vacant. Happens all the time. They loot stores. They take advantage of a very vulnerable situation. And they should throw the book at these people. And I'm glad she said that. So there's so many things that are going on right now. When people are at their most vulnerable, that's when people take advantage. Some. A few. Creeps. So, you know, I would definitely look out for my neighbors. No question. I was streaming earlier today. I had to run to my neighbors for like 40 minutes while I was on the air. But people should come together in crisis situations. And everything else is out the window. Politics, whatever it is, out the window. This is going to be a highly impactful, damaging storm to the state of Florida. Unless something changes drastically, I'm going to call my cousin in the morning. I should call her right now and see her reaction live on the air, but she might be watching. So I don't want to put her on the spot, but I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see the eye. It shifted. My God. It might be making the turn a little earlier. The eye is a mess. It's right about there. But it's to the right of the center line. So then you have to go up. It's getting close. You have to look at this area we've been focused on from Englewood down to Bonita Springs, somewhere in here. It's looking more likely. Now we got about an hour or so before the next update. But this thing has been, for 2 days, it's been trending east, 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 east. Which means definitely more likely this is going to change. This model is going to change. Definitely means re-emerging over the Atlantic off of Florida, East Coast, and affecting somewhere here in the Carolinas or Georgia. A second landfall is possible here. Last night some guy said Englewood. Who was that? Yeah, who was that I say Englewood? Was it me? Was I the only one that predicted this? Big Dog, you were right with me though. You were right with me. You and Derek were the only ones that were agreeing with me. So there was only a few of us that thought this track was gonna, that is in this chat, and has been in the chat for the last few days. You are the only ones that agree with me. Who was right though? We were. And I'm not saying that to make light of the situation, because this is a very situation. But we were on the money in the predictions for days. Remember, they kept talking north of Tampa, the models. The models were showing north of Tampa, then Tampa. Then it kept coming down, 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 down. But because we were watching the eye wall before it even made landfall in Cuba, when it was like here, we already saw what was going to happen. The curve was already occurring that they predicted was going to go north and then curve. We saw this going on and we were like, wait a minute. That's not north. That's not north. That's northeast. And they kept saying it was moving north. It even moved more to the northeast. When you remember earlier today, you said, Bill, it's moving northeast. That's more northeasterly. Then it made, remember we said that it made that north jog earlier today? But then what? When we left, it made another northeasterly movement. So this looks like this has been pretty accurate. But now it's moving more to the east again. But is it making that turn sooner? They have it going right here, making that northeasterly. It looks like it's going to happen a little bit sooner if this radar loop works. Did I break it? That's the eye. It's all disorganized right now, but that is the eye. Look where it is. It's here. That's cray-cray. You can see the spin. You can see the spin. It's more to the east of the line. So could it start to be jogging more northeast again before it even gets to here that they're projecting the turn? Might be happening sooner. I gotta get my coffee. And I just hope I have donuts. Otherwise, I'm not kidding. I'm making a store run. Because I'm staying up for at least till at least 2:30 Eastern. At least. Then tomorrow's another day. Tomorrow is going to be one hell of a day. Actually, tomorrow night. Afternoon. Night. It's going to be a long night for a lot of people. Millions of people down here. Look at the size of that storm. I can see what's going on here. There's a little, could be some dry air trying to get in here. There could be some shear going on. Right there, that cut. But still, this is developing around the eye. But there could be something going on with it. But still, those cloud tops are getting deeper. It may not be a Cat 4. We got to see how this thing intensifies. It's going through a lot of wobble right now. I thought the eye replacement cycle would be getting close to an end by now. It's still doing it. It's still trying to reform. Regardless, it's going to be one hell of a storm. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine? Let's look at Earth, Google Earth. Let's just look at Google Earth again. Let's look at the topography, the satellite imagery of this location that's about to get hit. So, what is here? Oh my God. Can you imagine being in any of these homes? And this is some heavy real estate right here. Look at the homes here. This is big money homes. Big money. Look at this one bridge. Look at this. Can you imagine the storm surge on this? Oh my God. I don't even want to think what could happen here. And that's not even counting in here, but look at this. Look at this. They all must be freaking out right now. And when you zoom out, it's going to affect this whole thing. Look at this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, look at this. I'm really afraid for these people. And look at this. This is, oh my God, so vulnerable for the surge. Doesn't seem to be too much here. Again, but Fort Myers. Look at it. What is the sea level here? I mean, think about that. So, this whole area, well, let's say from Venice, still you got to keep that in the equation, all the way to Bonita Springs and in here. This is where you're going to see the worst. Right in this zone. My God. But these barrier islands, oh, I would not want to be there right now. If I was there, I would be out. I would not stay. There's no way. With that kind of storm coming, I'm out. I don't give a shit what kind of house I have. I don't care. I'm out. That water is going to push right on shore. And look, it's going right to where we were just looking. That's exactly where we were just looking. It's going right there. Cat 3, Cat 4. Impacting that area. And moving 5 to 6 miles per hour. It's not like it's just going to cruise over. It's going to sit. And high tide is occurring right about the time the eye is coming close to land. Bad. You got high tide on top of this storm surging, pushing all that water. And because of the shallowness of it, oh, there's so many. My hair is standing just thinking, and I'm getting the chills because this is bad. Did I just like destroy all my stuff? I think I did. I got rid of everything. So now I gotta do this all over again. Oh, that sucks. So let's get windy. Let's get... Thank God I bookmarked everything. We don't need the other beach cams. This one's are the main ones right now. We need that news. No, that's not gonna do it. I gotta do bookmarks. Oh, they're on the top. We don't need Sarasota anymore. We don't need that. We don't need that. Okay, we gotta go to YouTube. And we have to go to history, but it should be right here. Okay, we got that back. We're gonna need the hurricane. Hurricane.gov. And I'll stick with that right now, because the other cameras were insignificant at this point. That's pretty much what we need for now. But if you look at the models, which the models aren't exactly matching up to real time. So let's look. This is now. Look at the onshore flow. Look at the area we're looking at here. Now right here it's okay because it's coming off land. But right there, look at that water coming in. Look at that. So let's back it up. This is the Euro model. Let's play it. Look at that. Look at the onshore flow from the water. Look at that surge coming in. Look at that. Constant. Look at this. That's bad. That's hours. Now let's go to the American. Let's back it out. I'm going to back it out a lot. Let's put it in motion. This is the American. Look at that water coming right in. And it's not moving. This is why they're worried about the surge. And this is hours passing by. Now it starts to go inland a little bit, so it lessens. But it's such a slow mover. And that's when they say it's going to go near Orlando. Look at this thing. This is Thursday night. Look at that. It's barely moving. It's over Orlando. That's why they're expecting more rain over there. Now this is the American model. Look, it's starting to emerge. Look. It's back over water. Savannah. Again. Let's see what the Euro's showing. Might have to back it up. The Euro is taking a very similar track. But I guarantee this model will change. So this is making a second landfall near Savannah. That's unbelievable. It's not going to be a strong storm. It'll be a tropical storm or a Cat 1. But that's not the point. It's going to make another landfall. And you got all this onshore shit going on again. So that's why this is a tough situation. And the eye's trying. It's a mess. But now look at land. Look how close it's getting to land now. It's getting close. That thing looks like it's going more northeasterly than northeast, number one. It looks like it's going inward northeast now. The turn may have already happened. Someone earlier was saying about Naples. You got to be careful. It might even be more south than we all thought. It might not be Englewood. It might be Cape Coral. I might end up here. I'm still thinking up here. It's not that much of a difference. But boy, oh boy, it looks like it'd even be more south. Alright, so they're in their break right now. What do you... Big Dog, you still here? You see what I'm saying?
Manufactured homes, RVs, nursing facilities, and acute care facilities. You need to go now. Please do not refuse to leave. Please take our instructions and directions seriously. This is a serious storm. Surge levels have increased per our 1 o'clock national weather call. Very big surge starting Wednesday, which is less than 24 hours from now. We could see 5-foot to 10-foot surge, and in some areas near that eye of that wall, and both the congressman and Dr. Hopes talked, Venice Beach is not that far away from us. It wobbled, it can re-wobble. Near the wall, surge could be up to 10 to 15 feet. Please do not drive through high water. As we entered into what we call level 1 activation, you could see through the windows, we have an EOC full of our partners that ranges from law enforcement to fire to the power companies to the utility companies. The Red Cross is here, the health department is here. State assets have already come into our EOC. Out-of-county assets have come here. They're working diligently to prepare for when the storm passes, that we can react as quickly as we can. But please heed our warnings in our evacuations area. Please adhere to the evacuation orders. See mymanatee.org/weather to see your evacuation level or to see a map. If you're going to a shelter, you must take a cot or sleeping bag, personal items, and especially your prescriptions. So please adhere to our instructions. Please be safe and listen to our instructions. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Congressman. And I can't emphasize this enough. Our federal partners, through the funding that Congressman Buchanan and his colleagues have provided, have given us exceptional analytic tools to be able to go in and look at individual homes on streets and look at what the prediction is for storm surge. And when we say 5 to 10 feet, that's 5 to 10 feet above ground level. That's not 5 to 10 feet above sea level. It's above ground level. The federal government has done an exceptional job, and I can tell you because it's a pain in the rear for us to send them all the information. When you have new elevation certificates, they get that data, and it goes into the software. And we can literally put a flag on different corners of your home and tell what the storm's
That's one story. That's one story high. 10 feet is like a story. It's one floor.
And that's how we base these decisions with regards to both the evacuations and the emphasis that we were placing on it. Now, you've spent a lot of time with me over the past year and a half, and I got to thank Congressman Buchanan, because at every single emergency I have overseen, he has been with us multiple times, and he has been making phone calls to ensure that we have the federal support we need. And that doesn't happen in all areas of the country, but it happens right here because of the good work of Congressman Buchanan. Let me tell you what makes me lose sleep in this situation. It's people not heeding the warning and not evacuating. My goal for this stage of the emergency is no fatalities, no deaths among residents and visitors in Manatee County due to this emergency. Now, the sheriff spoke yesterday. They're not going to go handcuff you and yank you out of your home. because you didn't evacuate. It's not fair to the good staff, the federal partners, the state partners that are here will be sleeping here. They're going to be locked in tonight. They will not be able to leave. They're here without their families to ensure all of you safely get through this storm. Again, my goal and the goal of every person here over the next 48 hours is no fatalities. None. I don't want to see it in the newspaper. I don't want to bear the burden that I didn't do enough. And the hundreds of people that are working every day. When we tell you it's a mandatory evacuation, we are not doing it because we want to push you around. We are doing it because the information that we have indicates that there is a risk for loss of life. So please, I don't want the police chief on Holmes Beach calling me to say, please don't turn off the water because you know our residents aren't going to leave. If you're on the island, leave. Do us that one favor. Take our advice, protect your life, so we don't have to spend the rest of our life wondering what else we could have done to convince you to evacuate to a safe place. A safe place that has water, a safe place that probably has electricity, maybe even TV. And if you go to a friend's house, you're going to have good company. Please, heed the warnings. You only have a few more hours. Pretty much, I'm sure, come midnight or 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, you won't be out on the road because...
See, now I have a problem with that. And I'll tell you what my problem is with that. What about the people that would like to leave but have no way to leave? Or nowhere to go? You should issue a 1-800 number. If you need assistance, we will provide it for you. We will come and get you. Meet us halfway. I mean, it's easy to say, get up and leave and go. You need to leave. Where am I going? What if I don't have no friends? What if I have no family? What if I have no money? Who's helping me? That's there's two sides here. To be fair, it's easy to say, but you should offer that. I don't see you telling me, well, we have set aside some hotels or schools, and if you need assistance, while we still can, we will provide transportation for you to get there. We will come and get you. I don't hear none of that. If you need assistance, call our hotline. It'll be open till 10 a.m. You have till 10 a.m. for us to get you. Don't you think that should be part of the equation? I should think that should be part of the equation. Because there's people that are elderly, sick, maybe alone, that don't have that capacity to get out. They don't have family. They don't have friends. They're sick. What do you do for them? It's so easy to tell somebody they have to leave. To go where? Tell me where I'm going. I'm just saying. There's people that have different circumstances, different situations. That's not, to me, you have to offer that. If you're going to do the right thing. I know it's a crazy logistical nightmare, but to me, that would be like offering everything you can. The schools, they already said, Governor DeSantis said there's lots of schools, lots of shelters available. Hotels are now saying, most of them are saying that you can bring your pets. They waived that thing with the pets. But again, you would hope, because, like my neighbor, she's 95 years old. You're going to tell her to leave her house? How's she going to go? She can't drive. How is she going? She's not going to leave. She's going to stay right there. And that happens quite a bit. It's easier to tell people, now you got to get out. You got to get out. Well, can you help me get out? So you know, and I don't like when they start like talking about congressperson this, did this. Let's not get political with this. It's not about politics right now. This is about helping each other. Let's not. I'm just saying to be fair. And I'm not saying that, you know, I'm just trying to be fair here.
Going to do everything we can to expedite your entry to your neighborhoods and your homes.
Do we know how many people are in shelters right now?
Do we have a shelter count yet?
We do, but I don't know what that is.
We'll get it for you for the next briefing. I mean, it's a steady flow, I can tell you that. Anything?
Dr. Mills,
Yes, sir.
What advice do you have for people that live outside of the TVAC zone and are hunkering down in their homes?
Ensure that you've taken all the precautions that you can take. Go online while you have internet and go to our website. We've got checklists for you.
I'm going to take over right now.
You know, some basic things like
they're
fill
doing
water
a Q&A.
bottles and put them in your freezer and your refrigerator.
We've said
Turn
this
the temperature
for
down
hours and
on your
days.
refrigerator and your freezer as low as it will
This is
go.
a very
Because the
dangerous
colder
hurricane.
that is and the more you have
If you're in
the
an
refrigerator
area
and
that
the
needs to be
freezer,
evacuated,
when you
if
lose
you
power,
can,
should you lose power,
you
the
should get
longer
out,
it's going to stay
especially
cold.
if you're in those barrier islands.
So make sure that you
should
got,
be
you know,
out
your
of there.
supplies. Remember, the first 72's on you.
I know
At
if
a
it was my
minimum,
situation,
you need to be
I
able
would
to
be out.
sustain your family and you
But
for
I'm
72
able
hours.
to have.
You know, that means water,
I know my
that
father's
means
in-
fuel.
excuse me,
Fortunately,
my
I haven't
father's in
seen
Fort
long
Lauderdale.
lines. You know, the gas
I
stations
have
are able
a lot
to,
of family
to
in
get
Orlando.
enough
I have
fuel
family in Tampa,
and
not
get
exactly
it
where I would
out
wanna be
there.
right now, but-
You still have a little bit of time to prepare.
But
You
I
know, the
have
weather's
family
not great
all
right
throughout the
now,
state
but
of
at least you can do some of
If I
that
lived on
last
one of those
minute
barrier islands,
checklist completion.
I am going to my family.
But if your home, especially if your home
I ain't
was
staying
built
there.
in the last, like, say, 10 years,
especially if it's going to be 5 to 10
you know, after
above ground
2002,
level,
if your home was built
possible
before
surge.
2002,
That's one story
the
of water.
hurricane
Plus
standards
the
there are pretty low,
rainfall
like
on
90
top
to
of it
100
predicted
miles an hour, and that's
20
not
to
going to help
30
you with
inches of
this.
rain in some areas. That's 2
So the
feet of
newer your
water
home
of rain.
and the higher your elevation, if you're
And the
if you're
water
not
from
in
the
an
ocean
area,
is pushing inland.
and if you're not
the
in
water
a
has
sea
nowhere
where
to go.
you
It's
know
not draining out.
you have a
So there's
propensity
gonna be a lot of
to
flooding.
flood.
You've got
you can
isolated
shelter
tornadoes.
in place, but make sure
You've
you
got
have
a
those
system
supplies.
that's
Make sure
moving
you have
5
your
to 6 miles per
medications.
hour.
And
It's not moving anywhere
you're-
anytime
and
fast.
You're prepared to ride out a
And it's
good
gonna affect the
36
entire
to 48
state of
hours of
Florida.
bad weather.
This is going to
with
be
possibly no,
a total
you know, no
disaster for the
electricity.
state of Florida.
But just be safe.
And you've
This
also
is
mentioned, you mentioned the
serious
island,
stuff.
residents out there. Is there any indication that voters and residents are not evacuating the island?
Well, when I have the police chief of one of the largest cities on the island call me on
Unless
my
something
way
happened.
here to this briefing to ask that we do not turn the water off so his residents can stay on the island, that's a pretty good indicator that there's a
Oh, the
problem.
news audio is still on. Thank you, Jay. But this is serious. This is not something to mess around with. People need to heed what they're telling people. Let's see what the Englewood camera looks like. So this is Englewood. This is an area that is possible for landfall. These cameras are not going to last. So this is a possible landfall area. See, the cameras, I knew it. They're going to start acting up. It's definitely going to start acting up. But this is one of the areas where landfall might happen. Let me go back to windy. Let's see what's going on. And Big Dog, you could see it. It's shifting more east. That eye is definitely moving more to the east. Oh, there it peeked through. There it is. And it's definitely not on track. It's more to the east of the track now. So remember we said Englewood? It may not be Englewood anymore. It might be south of Englewood now. Let's overlay the track. It's hard for me to see everything. So I got so many windows open. Oh, what do we see here? Look at this. Look how off track it is. Holy shit. Holy shit. Look at the turn. It had happened sooner. Oh, that's bad news. Look at that. Dude, this is bad. Cape Coral? Port... What was it? Port Charlotte? Cape Coral? Port... Holy shit. This thing might end up way more south. Bonita Springs? This thing might be going in here. But it looks like it's less populated in these islands. Not really. We would have to look at Google Earth. We might have to change. They're going to have to change. If that this is a game changer. We need to get Earth back. No, no 12 feet of rain. No, not 12 feet. Jay, now 12 feet. No. Oh, of surge maybe. Not of rain. Of surge is possible. It's probably surge. He's probably talking surge. So let's look at this area now. So it may not be Englewood anymore. It might be down here. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Holy shit, that's a clusterfuck. Oh my God, that's a cluster. There's one bridge. Oh my God. Oh my God. One bridge. Look at all these homes. And the water's just going to fill in there with the surge. Now, this area is in danger. I said remember earlier, I said up to Bonita Springs. I said that earlier. I said this is the line. Well, guess what? It's trending more that way right now. I remember I said Englewood to Bonita Springs landfall. It looks like it's going to be more south based on the eye. Holy shit. Holy shit. They're packed. The eye is going through the aisle replacement cycle right now. It's a mess. But it's hard to tell. This does look like the center, but you see the ring? You see it? But this right here. But it does look like if you follow the circle, look at the circle. But now it looks like it's, see it? It's like, it's gonna emerge. But it's definitely way to the right of the track. The next update's in a half hour or so. Excellent point, Big Dog. Exactly. Which gives it more time to emerge offshore and be over water more. Do you see what happened in the updated cone here? Look what happened. They updated the cone. Do you see what just happened? It's even more over water now. And I would not be surprised if this line moves even further out. Georgia and South Carolina definitely has to have their guard up now. This is cray-cray. I need more coffee. Wow. We have to wait for this update. The update, remember, the planes fly in, you know, it's an update, but that's from the information gathered and they release it, but that's not real time. It's evolving. Holy shit. But now, I don't know. Is the eye going to form up here? Which is not likely. Or is it going to reform down here? It's 50-50 because it's going through the replacement. But you could see it's going to be somewhere in there. So it still could be on track because we have to wait. We have to wait like an hour. I'm not going to bed. We have to see how this eye emerges now. That's the only way we're going to know. We have to wait. See, these are old clips from the day. This is Englewood. Shit, I may have to look for cameras more south. Let's look this up. Cape Coral, Florida webcam. Live beaches. Nothing. That's bullshit. Yeah, I highly doubt we're gonna find anything. Here's one. We need to bookmark this. I would have to do a zoom. That's a still. 4 hours ago. Yeah. These might be more stills. Let me go back. Yeah, 4 hours ago, 30. These are time-lapsed. They're not live. Time-lapse. Fort Myers. No. Time-lapse. That sucks. It's time-lapse. We got one. Let's give it a thumbs up. Okay, so we've got that. Lock stream number 2, so they might have more. There's lock stream 1. Oh, fuck yeah. So we got 2 in Fort Myers. Cape Coral, I mean. That's good. That's what we want. Time. We're gonna have to focus more south. I think we're good for now. Tomorrow I could always look for more. I think that's the one we were just looking at. That's a still. We have that cam. All right, I'm gonna give up right now. We have a couple. That's the one we have. We have that one too. That's number 2. We've got that. And we got that one. It's the same one. All right, we've got those 2. So that's good. So let's go to YouTube. Let's go to history. And we've got the 2. Cape Coral. Landfall just got pushed up as well. I'm going to be live for at least another hour because I'm waiting for the 2 o'clock update. Good night, X. Power is all out of Cuba. Yeah, I saw that earlier. They mentioned that. And like I said, thoughts and prayers to everybody in Florida. And this could go up into Georgia and South Carolina. This is going to be bad for a lot of people. So, I'm a Catholic. I'm going to light a candle. And Mom and I will light a candle and pray for these people. But we've got some Cape Coral cameras right now because it's shifting. We still have the cameras in Englewood. Remember, these cameras aren't going to stay up. Once the conditions deteriorate, we're going to lose these feeds. But then the focus of attention can go to here, the news. I want to go back to the imagery. Let's go back to Wendy. I'm really interested in this eye. Is it shifting east and moving in now? Northeast, following this track, but now it's going here. Right toward Cape Coral. I really thought it was going to be Englewood. It looks like it might be shifting south. We need more. It looks like the eye is here. Holy shit. It looks like the eye is here. It's so hard to tell because I'm seeing the circle, but it's still trying to reform. We have to wait, but it looks like the eye is to the right. It looks, but I'm not sure because of the wobble. We have to wait till we see a clear eye again because of this. But if that's the case, we have to wait. What time is this up to now? 1 minute ago. 1 minute ago. Wish I can just get it one click. And it's hard to get it. I'm trying to get it to move like one notch. Because I want to see the land. I just can't get it. See how I'm trying to move the mouse? I want to see the landmass. It's not letting me do it. If that eye is to the right, it's moving northeast. The turn is happening sooner. It sure looks like it to me, but I'm not so sure though. Is the eye reforming here? Let's stop it. Let's stop. That sure looks like the eye right there. I'm ignoring this. This definitely looks like the eye wall trying to reform right there. And if that's the case, it's probably going to make landfall more to the south. That sure looks like the eye wall to me. Right there. But it could wobble over to the other side. The update's in a few minutes. I'm curious what that update's going to say. Regardless, it's a monster storm. Look at the flare up of the storms over the Bahamas. Let's look at the radar. I haven't checked that in a bit. Let's see these storms coming in. Nasty. It's definitely trending more to the north too. There's going to be some nasty storms coming in near West Palm again. These right here. Nasty cells coming on shore. It's hard to tell. Look how close it is now. Wow. It does have a mind of its own. See, they're not really doing too much here. I mean, we could tune into that. I just want to. Okay, so we got to keep an eye on this soon. And Cape Coral. Man, oh man. Let's listen into what they're saying. I don't know if it's new. This could be a loop. I gotta lower this so I don't blow my eardrums or yours. So it looks like they're on a break. Big Dog, if you're still here, I'm sure you are now. In a few minutes. Give me those numbers when they come out. What was it before? 953 millibar, was it? 120 moving. Was it northeast, northeast at 10? Do you remember what the numbers were before? 953 millibar. 120 moving northeast at 10. I don't remember. Okay. So let's see. Let's see what the next update says. It was 953. Let's see if they got some sound. What's going on now? I have to mute.
You all ready? Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Palm Beach County Mayor Robert Weinroth. Thank you very much for coming down. We are going to have...
He said good afternoon. So they're looping their news. And they're just showing this. So they're looping. They're putting on old news. So I'm waiting for the update and I'm focused on this. I have to focus on this. I have to focus on the eye. This has got my curiosity big time. It still looks like the eye is on the right side, but that little patch of blue on the other side has me not sure. All right, go. I'm staying up for a while, but I do got to get rest because tomorrow's going to be insane. Actually, I'm reading Lorraine's mind, and I need to step it to the side for a minute. Oh. That's it. I'm good. You see this, Amal? See that? And this? This is for a reason. You know why, right? The Yankees clinched the AL East tonight. They get the bye with Houston. The next game is, well, not the next game, but the first playoff game for the Yankees is October 11th at home. You better be nice to Lorraine. She'll kick your, you know what. And she is more than capable of kicking. She is one tough cookie, not to mess with. I'm just saying. I know her for 10 years at least. 10 years about. Oh, I got something to show you, Mo. Something you really enjoy looking at. My new Aura glasses. Oh, they're so cool. Everything is blue. Oh, this is so freaking crazy looking. I don't even know, like, what these Aura glasses. I don't even know what I did with the paper for them. Oh, they're over there. So what exactly are Aura glasses? Because I don't even know I bought them. Because the bishop, it's like, Bill, what the hell exactly? In second round, Bill, with the Cleveland Guardians, yeah. It is vital that you follow the instructions. The main purpose is for highlighting the human energy field. But some people have experienced seeing ghosts with them. And for use in Reiki diagnosis, there are many possible organisms may have the work of both the planet. Be calm and rested. No, see the picture of the Aura hands. First of all, I don't have the glasses on. Don't use sunlight. A ceiling lamp works better. With your Aura glasses on, hold your hand out in front of yourself with fingers spread out, just like if you're saying hi to someone. Do this in front of a plain white background. If you focus your vision on the very edge of your fingers, you will see a semi-transparent light blue energy emanating up to an inch from them. The energy is quite subtle, so look carefully. If you move your hand slowly, you can see the Aura trailing with the motion of your hand. I gotta see if that's true. Now, I don't have a white background because I'm in a blue room. I want to see that. I don't have a white background. All right, hold on. If I put up notepad, and we put it in front of my screen, it's all white. Let's make it bigger. I don't see shit. I'm just saying. That's a white background. This isn't the time to mess with this. I'm gonna have to use the drums, right? I'll play with these another day. I got the goggles too. Oh my gosh. The goggles are off the hook. I don't want to break them. Trying to go over a hat. Ew. I think I put them upside down. Don't feel right. Yeah, this dumbass put them upside down. I don't want to break the elastic. Yeah, that's better. Let's see. See, I have too much light interference going on too. But these are the goggles. Look at these things. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm going to get tangled in my hat. Let's take it off. Tomorrow's another day. Tonight is not the time. Anyway, getting back to this. Come on, man. Really? Really? See, that's swallowed up. It still looks like it's here. Right there. Oh, it just jogged to the north. It just made a jog to the north. But look at the track. Look where the track has it. Look at the track. The track is all messed up. Oh my gosh, is that track insane? Yeah, I do that later tonight. With Mom, she's sleeping. I gotta get the candle. That's later. Before I go to bed. And we put it in a bowl with water. It's a real candle. Glass tall candle. The white ones. Alright, that update's going to be coming out soon. But remember, look at the size of this storm. It's still affecting Cuba. With rain. Let's put the radar. I don't think there's much left there. Yeah, it's already moved away. But the cloud cover's there. It's still, look at these storms coming in. Wow, look at that. Look at this, it's affecting the Bahamas. Oh, there's some strong storms coming in here too. They gotta watch for isolated tornadoes all night. Matter of fact, that's an older loop. Let's go 2 minutes. It's getting close. It is really getting close. It wobbled back to the north. Right there, north. It's actually moving north. It's moving a little bit back to the west, to the original track. Look at that. It might be back on track to the center line. look at that movement, the wobble. That's outrageous. I would love to stay up all night and just watch this. You have no idea. The eye. Wow, look how it came back. That's incredible. Like a Weeble Wobble. For those that know what those were. Remember the Weeble Wobble, but they won't fall down? That's an age giveaway right there. Let me just see something. That update's got to be coming out really soon. I'm going to open up that other camera. History. This one. Holy shit, it's nasty. This is Cape Coral. Like the rain, my gosh. This rain is going to be like going on for hours upon hours, 24, 36 hours of rain. Maybe more. I mean, how long has it been raining already there? And it's not even here yet. You can see even now the water pushing up. And it's low tide. It's about low tide now. Low tide. 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Is it low tide? I want to look at the charts. Big dog, keep an eye on those new numbers. Actually, it's high at 5 a.m. It's the 27th, Wednesday. 4:40 a.m. is high tide. And then again at 6:27. So at 4:40, the storm's still far. This one. I don't know if that storm's good. That storm looks like it's going to be there earlier than 6. I can tell you that. I'm not so sure about that. It might be fortunate for them. Yeah, they're not covering anything anymore. They're done. They're resting for tomorrow. That's what they're doing. I'll tell you one thing. The eye is not impressive. At least not on the visible satellite. And it is running out of time to reform. It's just getting closer to land. I'm wondering if the land interaction is having anything to do with it. Look how it's expanding. Look at that. Look how it expanded. Look at this. Look at that. Look how it's widening. It does look like it's intensifying. Look at that. Look at that blow up. See that? Same as before. Okay. Same as before. So it's still a Cat 3. Interesting. Now it's all about where this thing makes landfall. Wait a minute. Did they just move the line? They fucking did. They moved the line. Before the line was near Englewood. They moved it south. They moved it. Look, Naples is almost into the cone now. Bonita Springs is now in the cone. They definitely moved it. Let's see what's going on up here. What the fuck is that, right? Look at this turn. Really? It's gonna make a sharp turn like that? I don't know about that. And the left one at that too. But this turn here like that, straight up, they might be right, but I would like to see that happen. Not for, I'm just saying, I don't think so. I don't think so. But they changed it. Matter of fact, I gotta go to the National Hurricane Center for a second and refresh. I want to see what their cones are saying. Okay, let's look at the cones. Wow, that's over a lot of water. Wow. A depression. A tropical depression. A tropical storm. I could see that. Maybe tropical storm Cat 1 possible. All right, we can kill this because I'm not going to see the next update. I'm going to be in bed by that time. I'm so curious to see where this eye is developing to. It's wobbling. Look at that. It's going up and west. This is bizarre because it's intensifying and it's wobbling like hell. It's doing a big time wobble. I'm going to take this graphic off. It's driving me nuts. Look at that. That's the eye now. Now you can see the eye without that graphic. I'm going to pause it. It's right in here. It's still making a beeline. It's wobbling. It's right there. So I'm going to keep the mouse here because it's refreshing. Okay, I'm going to leave the mouse right there. I'm curious to see in the next half hour. Because there's really nothing else going on. Those cams tomorrow, if they're still working, by say 12 noon, this thing is going to be a lot closer. Oh, good night. See you tomorrow, big dog. I'm going to bed in a half hour. But I'm curious to see this eye. And they say it's going to slow down. We're right in the center of the eye where the mouse is. I am so curious to see this eye. You have no idea. I'm so curious where it's going to develop and where it's going to go from this point. Because by the time I wake up tomorrow, it's going to be close. But if it slows down, that water's already pushing up. Let me put windy for a second. I want to see what they're doing with the wind. I don't see that. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wow, right there. They shifted the model. Let me look at the American. Okay, the American looks like it might be taking it more to the north. Yep. Slightly. Oh shit. Slightly to the north. Barely. Look at that onshore flow right into Cape Coral. Look at that. Look at the islands that we were showing before. Look at this. Let me back this up. This is the euro. Wow. I don't know, man. Look how slow it moves. Let's go up a little. I want to see where they're projecting it to go off the Atlantic. Into the Atlantic right here. right by Daytona. All right, let's see what the American is saying now. Right by Daytona. Moving much faster. So they're both saying Savannah. They better hope that this thing does not stay over water much longer than that. There's Savannah, Georgia. Look at this onshore flow. South of Savannah. And the Euro already moved inland. Yep. South of Savannah, just a little bit more. Let's see if these models stay to where they are. That's 2 to 3 days out. That's going to change. That's not going to stay. I can tell you that right now. It's not going to stay. It's going to change. I'm not going to bed until I see this. Looks like the eye right there. That's 1 minute ago. That's probably the feature right there. Yep, there it is. All right, I have to stop the loop. I have to put this right where the center of the eye is. Right about there. Come on, stay. I'm leaving the mouse right there. Now, in the next half hour, I want to see where that ends up. It does look angry, Lorraine. It does look like it's angry. There's going to be a lot of angry people after this is over. Jay, I left it for 1 minute. I'm going to leave it now, though, because there's nothing else to do right now. There really isn't. Before I go to bed, I definitely want to see, because this is going to continuously update the radar. Not radar, satellite imagery. I'm getting tired. How long have I been streaming now? Hours. I don't even know what time I started. I did 5 hours this afternoon. That's one disorganized eye, though. The storm has still got strength. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still Cat 3, but the eye is not impressing me. This is almost like watching paint dry on a wall. It's like watching fucking paint, wet paint dry. Oh my God. It's almost hypnotic. Jay, I gotta tell you, Big Dog is gone, but he's my only witness. I've been on the money with this one. I'm the only one that probably said days ago it was heading south. Southern Gulf. I might be the only one. Look, Rain. It almost doesn't look real, right? It's like all the conspiracy theorists, they're using HAARP, they're messing with the eye. They're doing something to it to make it weaker. They're trying to disrupt it with their space-based weapon. Can you imagine? It's almost like me doing and shaving my head. Like Austin Powers. Oh my God. This is when I'm so tired, I get giddy and stupid. Mo would say I'm stupid all the time. But this is extreme. It looks like it's buffering. Oh my God. It is not looking pretty. We are kind of in the eye. Somewhere in there is the eye. Kind of. It looked like it was trying to develop and then it just filled in. There's still some blue in there, but I should paint a happy tree like Bob Ross. We need a happy tree in there. Oh, that's right, Bob. You were here. It does look like it is going. It jogged north. It was heading a little to the east, and then it started moving north again. I don't want to put the overlay. It's annoying. It did. You're right. It is heading more north now. It's wobbling. But I bet you it starts heading back to the northeast. I tell you, I gotta laugh at the comments. Oh my gosh. Trovo's dead. There's nobody in Trovo. I don't think there's nobody in Trovo. Everybody's in YouTube. Whoever's left. But again, on a serious note, it's significant to know when this eye eventually emerges, the general direction it's heading, because that's going to determine where it's going to make the landfall. That's why I'm staying up, because I am exhausted. But I really, and I'm not moving the mouse, Jay. I'm not moving the mouse because I want to see. It's a mess. It actually looks like it went more to north. I might have to move the mouse up slightly. Right there. I'm going to put the mouse up a little bit. I got to wait for that last clip. I'm going to put it right here. No, not there. Right there. That's where I'm going to leave it. Right there now. That might be the top of the eyeball. I can't really tell. You got to look for that rotation. It looks like we're near the center of the eye. It's really hard to tell. I wonder how frequent they update it. 3, 7, 3, 5. Oh, I can't do it like that. That would drive me nuts. 6, 5 minutes, 4, 3. It's like every 4 to 5 minutes it updates. I need to. I'll be right back. Oh, where's my dog? Where is he? Nanu? Now, tomorrow evening, you're going to see two things happen. You're going to see smart and stupid. You're going to see some of the storm meteorologists, storm chasers, the ones that are kind of smart, they find a good sheltered area and they stay behind a wall or a structure where they're protected from the wind and you can see what's going on in front of them. And then you're going to see the other individual standing in the middle of a street with debris flying all over around them. And they're doing, trying to give that coverage. Like they're standing and they can barely stay still, but they're standing in the middle of a street with debris flying all over the place. Smart. But then you'll see the smarter ones being protected somewhat by a big structure where the wind is not directly blowing at them, but you could see what's happening in front of them or to the side of them. But you will see that all over the TVs, the media. Guaranteed on that. You know that's going to happen. I always wonder about that. Am I going to stand where I can barely stand in the middle of an open area with debris flying all over the place? Really? Power lines, poles. Yeah, exactly. I'll never forget that one clip of the guy exaggerating on the street and there's people walking normally in the background. I'm like, what? Did I just see that? Am I delusional? Am I losing my mind? But this guy's acting like it's 50, 60 mile per hour winds and there's people walking normally in the background. What? So you can imagine, it's going to be nutty. No, I am not moving my mouse, Jay. I am not moving my mouse. It's ugly. If I am not going to go nuts waiting to see where this eye develops, because it's starting to look like there's some breaks going on, but it's actually looking like it's moving more to the north now. It could, you know what this could be? The brakes. It's slowing down. Look at it carefully. It looks like it's slowing down. Look at the top part and you'll see it. See how it looked right there. That last couple of clips. You see how the upper clouds are not moving so much to the north? Look at it carefully. And you'll see it's stopping. Right there. The outflow on the top. It's slowing down. So that storm actually might be slowing down right now. Right now. It's starting to slow down. It could be. Just based on this last little clip. Look at the flow. See it? But then in the last couple of frames, right there, those last few frames, it's just spinning around and not really moving up no more. It could be slowing down now. That's why the eye's having a hard time. Because the forward momentum is slowing down. And the eyes it's not stabilized. But now, if it slows down and stays in a spot, that's when you're going to start to see the eye reform again. It could be slowing down right now. It sure looks like it. And just look how it's expanding. What's up, Jay? He's in Trovo by himself. He's over on Trovo's side. Oh my gosh. Everybody else is in YouTube. Don't ask me how many people are watching, because the only people I see responding are Jay, Bob, and Lorraine. Big Dog went to bed. Oh shit. It does look, just from that shift right there, it looks like it's slowing down. Now what? Oh, see the shift? What's that? I'll check that out in a minute, Jay. I'm trying not to move the mouse. I got yelled at by Jay before. And then he gave me permission to move it again, but now I'm being stubborn and I'm not going to move it. I'm not going to move it. He's going to be like, for Christ's sake, Bill, move the fucking mouse already. Oh my gosh. Look, I streamed a total of like 9 hours today covering this thing. I'm at the end of my rope right now. Does anybody know how long I've been streaming so far? Now? 4 hours? At least 4. Maybe 5. I don't even know what time I started again. At least 4. To me, it looks like this thing is slowing down. Right there. It looks like it's slowing down. Look how the eye, you're starting to see, if it's slowing down, the eye is going to reform because it's more stationary. It's not, it's slowing down, it's unstable, wobbly, and if it just gets that certain speed, it's going to just redevelop. 4 hours? At some point, I must go to sleep. It has to happen. It's inevitable. I do want to see, quick. Old news. This is Cape Coral. I moved the mouse. I know. Don't say it, Jay. Don't say it. He did. Move that mouse. Move that mouse. Oh my God. Okay, so it's in here. It definitely moved to the north. It definitely looks like it's slowing down. Let me just take the mouse away. Oh yeah, it looks like it's slowing down now. Gotta see. But this is a really dangerous storm for Florida. Look at the size of this hurricane. Look at the size of this hurricane. It's enormous. You can definitely see the eye better now. It's definitely moving toward the north. But do you see it? It's not moving much at all now, meaning it's slowing down. Let's put the mouse. It was moving. This is a 2-hour clip. So let's start it where it was. Right there. Definitely moving north. But the last few clips doesn't have it moving much. See it? It's just sitting there now. See that? It moved up north, but now when it got to here, see? It's not moving much. It moved up north, and now it's here, and it's just spinning there. So the eye is trying to get its act back together now. So now where does it go from there? Northerly still, or does it start to make the trek northeast? It's getting awfully close. It did wobble west. They're saying that Orlando could get up to 2 feet of rain. 2 feet. 20 to 30 inches of rain, stretching all the way to Daytona Beach. Wow. What's up, C? This is dangerous, man. This is bad. Look at that. Every few minutes you see the updated. Look at that. The eye is definitely getting its act together now. Definitely. It's starting to come back. Right in there. Right there. Starting to see the blues emerge again. Wow. That's what I'm saying, Headband. It's slowing down. Oh, you're going to New York next week? Let me know. Call me. I want to see the next few loops before I go to bed. It definitely went north, wobbled west, but now it looks like it might be starting to wobble back to the east again, right there. It's wobbling. It's jogging back and forth. Let's see what the next loop shows with that blue area. It might join into one blue area. I'm going to put the mouse up to the blue area, even though that's the top of the eye. Wall. It's going to be like right there. Let's leave it right there. Let's see. It updates every 3, 4, 5 minutes. I'm going to have nightmares from this tonight, I'm telling you. It's like I'm going to be suffering from vertigo. I can't look at that too long. It's giving me a headache. That's why I'm looking at the camera now. This monitor. I'll go nuts. Are you serious? He's got a cereal now, Snoop Loops? Oh, no. I got to check the supermarket for that. I've got to check the supermarket for that, Jay. Just out of curiosity. I don't need cereal except for bran flakes. But I definitely want to check out Snoop Loops. I've got to buy a box. Are you serious? Snoop Loops. It's so catchy, too. Instead of Fruit Loops, Snoop Loops. I like it. I like it. Oh, I will later. Well, not later. I'm going to bed. I'll do it tomorrow. It's catchy. It's clever. I'm surprised that whoever makes Fruit Loops didn't go after him for that, Snoop Loops. Because there's always somebody looking to sue somebody else these days, you know what I mean? Actually, I don't want to move my mouse. That's why I'm not doing it. Oh, shit. But wait, what is that now? Oh, here we go with this bullshit. Now we must move the mouse. For fuck's sake. Don't you hate when that happens? I hate when that happens. Oh, now I'm gonna look it up. I moved the mouse. I've got to see what this cover looks like. Snoop Loops cereal. Oh shit. Sorry, but it's the first photo. You're not gonna like where I got it from, Jay, but oh my god, it's Snoop Loops. Oh my god, is that for freaking real? Oh my gosh. Oh man, oh man. Oh. Snoop Loops. I can't believe it. It's actually real. Dude, what's going on with this fucking loop? Update already. It knows I want to go to bed, but it's doing it on purpose. It's the same bullshit. Come on, update. Look at it jog to the west. But now it looks like it wants to go back to the east. It almost looks like two big eyes looking out the clouds. See, I'm losing it. It almost looks like somebody staring from underneath the clouds with the eyes looking out. Almost like an alien face. Here comes Mom. Yeah, I'm going to bed any minute. We're just watching the satellite imagery for one more thing. It's going to be bad in Florida. There's no doubt about that. It's going to be bad in Florida.
But not Orlando,
Yes, Orlando. Orlando's going to get a lot of rain and isolated tornadoes and tropical storm gusts for 24 to 36 hours possible. Well, you know. Oh, I can do that, Jay. I can do that right now. Let's copy and do it now. Yeah, but that is like not, to me, that's not accurate. He has the eye still way out here, but I'm not so sure about that. Next refresh, or maybe it is. Next refresh is in. Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah, the eyeball from this. Yeah, that fucker's still coming in. You can see the eyeball intensity on the left side, right there. It's starting to regather itself. It's starting to reform the eye, just from that loop. I have to bookmark this for tomorrow. Thank you, Jay. That's good. Next refresh. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, there it is. I said it was going to join. There it is. It just joined. The blue pieces came together right there. All right, so there's the latest. There it is. There's the eye. Wow. That is so wicked looking. That's not the center of the eye. I gotta stop it. This is the eye. Right there. It's just gotta fill in, but this is the actual eye. Come on. I'm gonna put the mouse right there. Slightly higher. Let's go right there. A little bit higher. I'm gonna leave it right there. Now I want to. I'm definitely waiting one more clip. I'm a little off. I gotta go up and to the left slightly. That's close enough. I'm still off slightly, but that's okay. Look at those bands, though, coming in. They're starting to get the outer bands, the stronger outer bands are right about to come in now. It's itching ever so slowly closer. Wow, look at the eye wall. Look at the eye wall. It's strengthening. More thunderstorms around the eye wall. Intensification going on right now. Wow. The eye is definitely getting its act back together again. With these thunderstorms, look at that. Look at the eye wall. Look how close it's getting. All right, let me put this here. Yep. North-northeast. Still going north-northeast. Holy shit. So if it continues on that trajectory, north-northeast, Charlotte. Port Charlotte. Right in here, there's still Englewood. Between Englewood and Bonita Springs, somewhere in here is potential landfall, right in here. If it stays on that trajectory. It's coming, but I've been saying this since last night. Wow, look at this thing. And it's going slow. Let me start the clip. Come on. Okay, the mouse is pretty much in the middle of the eye. It's definitely moving north-northeast. But it's trending a little bit more north. Definitely trending a little bit more north too. Wow, can you imagine? And it's updating. I want to do something. because this has a future 3-hour. Right now. We have to wait for it to fill in. Yeah, I hate when AccuWeather does this. I should have used the weather.com. I want to see what the future. Has it going more north? It's wobbling. What the fuck? That don't make no sense. Look how slow it's going. That doesn't even make sense. Let me go to weather. Cape Coral. Cape Coral. What time is that? 8 a.m. Port Charlotte. And still Englewood. Right on the money. I wanted to see that future radar. This is definitely slowing down. Look at these storms that just came in. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to bed because I'll tell you one thing. I want to wake up tomorrow and get right on this. Because it's going to get, the winds are picking up. This is Cape Coral. You can see the conditions is deteriorating. Look at the wires. And look at this. Look at the wires. Let's check the other one. It's a different angle. It's looking at it from the other way. Now, how long these cameras stay? Power. But it looks like Cape Coral. Might be the place. This is Englewood. Let me just check this one more time. If it works. By morning, this is what we're going to be looking at. So, I need to sleep till at least 10. Oh my God, I got to sleep till at least 10. So I'm thinking 10, 10:30-ish before the update for 11 o'clock. But this is a good time to go to bed because, this, I mean, there's really no reason to stay up. Really. Because we just have to wait now and see where this eye is tomorrow morning. It's as simple as that. And we will know by morning. That's a big hurricane. That is a big hurricane. And it's moving slow, and the rain associated with this monster, and the eye is starting to reform and get its act together. It can intensify before it makes landfall. Look at that shift to the east. Did you see that? It shifted to the east. Because it's wobbling. The eye is definitely getting its act back together now. Wow. A little west and now a little east. See that east northeast movement at the end? It wobbled west, stopped, and now it's wobbling back to the right. Because it's the eyes wobbling. Look at that. Look how close it's getting to land. Holy fuck. Look at that. Wobble left, west, stopped. It's wobbling. And it's starting to wobble back to the east. You could tell by the flow. Look at the flow. Look at the flow. Look at it. West. Stop. Back. Look at that. That's one hell of a freaking wobble. Oh my God. I really, really want to see the next loop. Oh, hell no. I'm getting up. People that know, you know me, I don't rest. I really want to see one more loop. Holy shit. Come on. Look at that. That's why, and look at the blue at the end of that clip. You could see where the outside of the eye, where the eye wall is. Right there. This is the eye. Right there. So I want to see if we see more blue. I'm waiting for the next one. I've never seen, the eyes go through the replacement cycle. They do. But because it's slowing down, it's just the wobble involved. But that is bizarre. That's one hell of a wobble. Look at that. That's why they're unpredictable. It's going west, it stops, and then it starts to shift. It's bugged out. I got to see the next loop. Then I'm definitely going to bed. But I want to see what it looks like. If the eye definitely looks like it's getting its act together. It's strengthening again. This thing is strengthening. Because when you have a tight cylindrical eye, that's an intense system. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is a Cat 3, but okay, that just changed. That's the latest one. So that's the left side of the eye. I am waiting one more loop because I want to see where the mouse is, because that's the left side of the eye wall. It's clear with the curvature. That's definitely the left side. Let's see where that shifts to. Does it go east, north? That's a good thing to tell right now. I was waiting for something to give me more clarity. So the mouse should be right on the left side of the eye wall. So I'm waiting one more. Then I'm going to bed. Gotta wait for the next loop. Which should be in about 5 minutes. Come on. 3 o'clock. I always say that though, Rabbit. Kevin, I always do that. I say I'm just gonna wait one more time, and then I end up going up for 2 more hours. And that's not happening tonight, but I gotta go to bed. I just want to see this eye wall, the general direction. It's because it's trying to reorganize. The eye wall is trying to rebuild itself with the recycle. The replacement cycle. All I know is it's definitely looks like Englewood to Bonita Springs, I think it is. In between there's where it's going to make landfall. One more. Just give me one more. 4 minutes, I'm refreshing it no matter what. But I can't move the mouse. I don't want to move the mouse. Man. I'm not very patient. You think? It really doesn't matter. What's it saying? I didn't know 1 minute ago. I'm gonna refresh it. I gotta go to bed. Okay, it's still the same. So I'm gonna wait. It's definitely gonna refresh in the next few minutes. Come on. Time is like going so slow because that was 4 minutes ago. It's like each minute is going so slow. It's 3:03. Oh my God, Jay. I know, I gotta do the candle. Mom is still awake. She's waiting for me to go to bed. Tycho's upside down sleeping on the recliner. Dog is a character. I think my vision, I may be suffering from some vision issues after watching the eye wall replacement cycle of a hurricane and watching it for hours at a time. It's almost like I feel like I'm going cross-eyed. It's like I feel like it's almost doing it on purpose to mess with my mind, that it's not refreshing. And I said that at 3:03 and it's 3:04. It's like, where did that minute go? Is that minute like the longest minute I've ever experienced? Yes. It's now 3:04 and it feels like I've been talking for 5 minutes in a minute. I'm gonna close my eyes and I can still see the thing spinning. I'm gonna be in my bed and I'm gonna be seeing circles, like vertigo, like I need to stay still because I feel like I'm still moving. Oh my gosh, TV. Go watch TV, bro. You're off for the next 2 days. What do you gotta worry about? And paid no less. That's a nice thing. It's a beautiful thing. Oh my God. What the oh, I thought I was hallucinating for a second. I didn't remember that loop. Is this thing for real? It's 3:05 now. 2 minutes have passed. Yeah, I believe that. What the? Look at this thing. It's not refreshing. Did I break it? It's been 6 minutes. It updates every 5 minutes. Look at it, it's like stuck. I gotta refresh. I have to refresh. It's driving me nuts. It's still there. Come on. I'm a little off with the mouse location, but I was close. I'm not even going to watch anymore. I swear. I'm not even going to watch anymore. It's ridiculous. Going to New York for 3 days. A friend of mine. Wow. That sucks. Well, it's going to be one hell of a thing to get out of Florida after this storm. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's going to be cray-cray for maybe a week in Florida after this thing. I'm just saying. It's going to be nuts. It is 3:08. This is BS. This is BS. It shouldn't have taken this long. Oh, there it is. There's the new one. So it is moving northeast. There's the new one. There's the eye. The eye is definitely getting better organized now. There's the eye. All that for that. It's definitely shifting back northeast. So tomorrow morning, I'm looking here. That's it. Bed freaking time. It was going north and it jogged west, but now it's jogging back to the northeast again. That's what I was waiting to see. It jogged back to the northeast. Northeast. It just did it. There's the eye. And the eye it's intensifying. The storm is intensifying. The eye is getting its shit back together. Look at it. By morning, actually in about 3 hours, that eye is going to be pretty much back. It's right in there. Probably see it better, wider out. See, it went west a little bit. And now this is unbelievable. They're not out of the woods in Sarasota. This thing can still affect up north, but it's most likely going to go in here. But they're not out of the woods. I want to look at the model one more time, because they update this. Where's the line now? Okay, it's still between Englewood and Cape Coral. So this is pretty much still the same. The track is on the money right now. One more thing and then I'm going to bed. I want to see if they updated this. This is off. What about the American? Off. These models are off. Not by much, but they're off. Damn close. Not off by much. Okay, let's look at the American. The American's off. Not by much, but the euro seems to be a bit better. Not right there, though. Wow. All right, so that's it. So anywhere from Venice to Cape Coral. Anywhere in here tomorrow morning is landfall. So far. Anywhere in here. And then back over the Atlantic and right over Savannah for a second landfall in Georgia. Seven times. I'm seriously going to bed now because this way I can get up tomorrow and cover this. Anyway, to J and J, C and Headband, and Kevin, and dude, I'm so tired. You have no idea how tired I am right now. I'm literally ready to collapse. But everybody have a great morning, great whatever. See everybody in a few hours. Bob, if you're still watching, whoever, maybe we're still watching. But I'll be back sometime before noon. And we'll take it from there and see what's going on. But if you live in Florida, this is a very serious situation. And it's a massive storm. And it's a slow mover. This is a big hurricane. And it's going to move really slow over the state of Florida. There's going to be a lot of rain, isolated tornadoes, storm surge, wind, power outages, widespread. This is going to be a really tough situation for a lot of people. So I'm going to light my candle now and wake up Mom. Anyway.